Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. At this time, welcome to the Volusia County School Board meeting. Today is Tuesday, January 28th, 2025, and it is now 4:35 p.m. In just a moment, I'm going to ask that you stand with us for the Pledge of Allegiance and the National Anthem. Today, the Pledge of Allegiance will be on video with Timbercrest Elementary students. The national anthem is going to be sung by the lovely group of young men and young women standing behind me from Pine Ridge High Chorus, and their name is Acapocalypse. And I actually got it right. So, following them singing the national anthem, we will then have a moment of silence. I would like to ask tonight for the moment of silence and reflection if you would please keep Mrs. Cuthbert in your thoughts. Her husband passed away just after our last board meeting, and this past Saturday, they did a celebration of life at New Smyrna Beach High, where the auditorium was packed. Because believe it or not, he started his career back in the 1960s, and people came from any school he had ever worked at to share stories, and our former superintendent, Mr. Hall, was even there and spoke. So there were a lot of people that were there that day to honor him and to share a lot of things that I didn't even know. And so just please keep her in your thoughts and prayers at this time. So if you'll please stand for the pledge.
Good evening. I'm Mrs. Cannon. This is Mrs. Jackwes, and we are representing the Timbercrest Kindness Squad and our morning news announcers with Timber. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Excellent. Excellent. Awesome.
It's so nice when we have students that come in and perform the national anthem. So at this time, I'd like to take a moment and introduce those that are here at the front with me. On my far left, I have Mrs. Donna Brosmer, representing District 4. Mrs. Krista Goodrich, representing District 2, is online with us today, so she is virtual. Then we have Dr. Gilbert Evans. He is our school board attorney. Over on my far right, we have Mrs. Celeste Gilmore. She's our agency clerk. Then we have Mrs. Jessie Thompson, representing District 3. Next to her is Mr. Ruben Colon, our vice chair, representing District 5. And then I have Dr. Balgobin, our superintendent, and I am Jamie Haynes, the chair at this time, representing District 1. Items for approval on this agenda this evening are items 1.03, 2.02, 5.01, 7.02, and 15.01. Public participation times. We have public participation time for any item that is on the consent agenda. If, Darlene, will you raise your hand? Just see her and she will give you a card to fill out. Also, we have a 6 p.m. time for items of general interest pertaining to public education in Volusia County. A total of up to 15 minutes will be provided for public comment at that time. Then time will be provided for public comment on any action item before a board vote is called on that item. And finally, time will be provided at the end of the meeting for public comment for items of general interest pertaining to public education in Volusia County before items from the board, superintendent, or attorney are up for discussion or announcement. Our district vision statement is to create lifelong learners prepared for an ever-changing global society. At this time, I invite any of the board members to share any comments. Ms. Brosmer?
Thank you. This is not something I would have expected to be talking about, but after I was sworn in, I had been contacted by the tax collector's office wanting to meet with me, and I couldn't imagine why, because all I know about him is that I have to write him checks. But we finally got our calendars coordinated, and his staff told me about a program that I understand is familiar to some of you here in the district, but I'm not sure is as broadly familiar to the public. So I wanted to mention it and see if maybe at some point they could do a presentation about this program. I always forget the name of it. Kids Tag Art, which is a program for 4th and 5th graders where they design the vanity plates that go on our cars that some of us buy. And they are absolutely remarkable. Their talent is wonderful, and they are able to sell these and raise some money. The tax collectors, the state tax collectors, have adopted this program as one of their priorities, and in Volusia County, they target the Title I schools. So I understand that we've been doing this for 2 years, and we had one school participate the first year, and now we've had 10, and even, I guess it was Governor Scott, adopted a resolution, and I think the most important line in it to me is, whereas it has been proven that arts experiences boost creative problem solving and critical thinking skills as in students and raise student awareness of different people, places, and ideas to help them appreciate the differences in the world. So I wanted to mention that program, and I know there's a process that we need to follow in order to get something added to the agenda for a presentation, but I would like somebody tell me after the meeting what that process is, and I would hope that we could have them come in and do a presentation.
Thank you. Mrs. Thompson?
Thank you. So a couple things. One, I think we all know it's Literacy Week at our schools. And so I wanted to thank all the teachers who have invited us in to come read to the students. It's always so much fun to be in the classrooms, especially the elementary schools. The kids just love it, and they're so fun to interact with. So thank you for inviting us in there. Also, Thursdays, I've been told, the 100th day of school. And so I know not everyone participates, but hats off to everyone who does the little dressing up as old people, or I know some do 101 Dalmatians for the 101st day. So just thank you to everyone who's making these days really special and memorable and just a little bit different for everyone. That's all.
Mr. Cologne.
So I had the honor of going to the East Side Choice Fair, which was held at both East Side and West Side. One was held at the News Journal Center, the other one was at the center in Deltona. And so special shout out to all of our schools who went above and beyond to represent their choices to the community. And so both of those events were really, really great. Shout out to our Panthers who had their health and career expo at Pine Ridge, so that was really, really exciting. Deltona High. So our Deltona High cheerleaders went on to the state competition, as did our cheerleaders, or they're going. So they went to the regionals, and now they're going to states, both Deltona High and Pine Ridge. So shout out to both of those schools for their programs. Of course, last weekend, MLK Week was very, very busy. We had lots of activities, one specifically in the DeLand area, another one in the Deltona area. And so the Deltona one, they award scholarships and have different essay contest winners. So that was a great event. Our high schools have had their welcome nights, both Deltona High and Pine Ridge, where the students had the opportunity to come and learn more about the school. It was a little chilly at Pine Ridge that night, but a great time was had by all. And I know that our middle schools are also doing that, and I think it's a great opportunity because it allows the parents to see what's offered and be able to come make those connections, which we know are very important. Shout out to our amazing teacher at Pine Ridge, who is the CTE Teacher of the Year. She's our FFA mentor or teacher, and so she is amazing. I'm almost done. Oh, how about all those spelling bees? Had a spelling bee at Galaxy, spelling bee this morning at Spirit, spelling bee at Friendship. I'm not smarter than a fifth grader. And so it's amazing the words these kids spell that you're like, I've never even heard that word before in my life. And so that was really exciting. We had a great meeting with our parents at Enterprise to update them on what's going on in our schools and that replacement school. So I will stop right there. It's just been extremely busy since the last board meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Cologne. Mrs. Goodrich.
So I just want to thank all of the principals for continuing to give me tours of their schools, show me everything that they're working on. It's really exciting to see how excited and great the principals in District 2 are, so continue doing a great job. And then I was honored to get to go to Congressman Waltz's Service Academy nomination ceremony, where we were able to see all of our students that got appointments and recommendations to the various military academies. So congrats to them. Excellent job. And then I would also like to say I also went to the tax collector's office, and that is a phenomenal program that they're doing with the license plates. So I think it's a great idea to have them come and give a presentation so the community at large knows what's going on there. And that's all I got.
Thank you. There are a lot of wonderful things going out at our schools. I too did a few spelling bees. It doesn't take very long sometimes before you figure out which children possibly are going to end up there at the end, because even as fourth and fifth graders, they have confidence. Like, they walk up there and the word is said and they are ready to own it and spell it. And that's what happened when I was at Manatee Cove last week. And I've also been out reading. One of the schools that I read at this week, instead of doing fiction, they did nonfiction. It's the first time they've ever done nonfiction books for one school, or one book, one school. And the kids were really interested in it because they were studying about all the national parks. And so there was one book for the younger students and one for the older students, and they had tied it into their curriculum. I also had the privilege to attend the exit interview for DeLand High for their renewal of their IB certification. Every 5 years, they have to go through an IB certification, and they are doing a great job. And we are very appreciative of everyone at DeLand High that ensures that our students that are in IB are prepared and ready. And it was nice to hear from the experts the great job that they're doing there. Last night, I know Mrs. Brosmer and I attended the 135th celebration of the DeLand and Greater West Volusia Chamber. It's hard to believe that the chamber here on the west side of the county actually started in 1890. But one of the highlights of that chamber is that 20 years ago, they actually started with the student government piece of that. And Mrs. Brinkman, who teaches over at DeLand High, was there last night with a few of the student government students. But I also want to share, we have a teacher at University High who was the mayor of Orange City up until this last election, because at that time he chose to step down because he's getting close to retiring from teaching after all these years at University High. And he had no idea they were going to do this. We didn't either. But they called him up on stage. And I can't think of anything better. It's a legacy that they created that he will be able to leave for students for years to come. And they are naming a scholarship in his name, and that's Mr. Gary Blair. And it's hard to not say mayor any longer, but Mr. Gary Blair was recognized last night for all the years he's served our students in Volusia County and also as the mayor of Orange City. And they're going to give a scholarship out each year to someone in the law and government piece. And it's a wonderful opportunity. So if any students or parents are listening, you want to go ahead and apply for the first one that's coming up. But I will say there's just a lot going on, and we are very blessed. I love Literacy Week or month. I love the schools that even turn it into a month, and I will be out continuing to read as the week goes on. But thank you very much. And we will now move on to item 1.03, approval of the minutes. Board members, you had an opportunity to read the minutes. Do I have someone that would like to make a motion to approve the presented minutes? The minutes are from the organizational meeting, the leasing court meeting, the workshop minutes, the regular session minutes from the last meeting, which was January 14th, 2025.
Motion to approve?
Thank you, Mr. Cologne. Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Mrs. Thompson. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving the minutes as presented, please say aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed? Okay, then it passes unanimously. We are now moving on to item 2.01, agenda changes. Dr. Balgobin, are there any agenda changes before the agenda is presented to the board for approval?
Madam Chair, I do have item 15.01, which is the administrative appointments. We do not have any appointments this evening. Also, item the first was 5.01, administrative appointments. And the second is 15.01, which is the 15.01 is the response to unsolicited letter of intent to purchase a property that would be brought up to the next board meeting.
Board members, you've heard the recommendation of the superintendent. She'd like to remove item 5.01, administrative appointments, because there are no administrative appointments for this evening. And she would like to remove item 15.01, the response to the unsolicited letter of intent to purchase property. Do I have a board member that would like to make a motion to approve the agenda, removing items 5.01 and 15.01?
So moved.
Thank you, Mrs. Brosmer.
Second?
Thank you, Mr. Cologne. Any discussion?
Yeah, I just want to thank the superintendent. I think it's important that folks understand there was a lot of misconceptions on that item when it was put on the agenda. And so as we continue to work with our municipal partners in making the school a reality in DeBary, I think it's very prudent to not consider this today. So thank you for pulling that as we continue to work with our municipal partners. So thank you.
I too would like to state something about that item because I have heard that it's been misconstrued out there. We actually, it's my understanding, received this prior to the winter break, an unsolicited letter of someone wanting to purchase property. And this item actually tonight was only going to open up the ability for district staff, which that is what their job is to do, to meet with the person who sent the unsolicited letter or the company and go into negotiations and or at the same time open up the piece of property to anyone else that may want to look at it. This did not give district staff approval to sell the property. It only gave them approval to negotiate the possibility of selling. It would never be sold until it would come back before the board and we would have to vote on that and approve the sale of the property. So I want to clarify that because I too have heard a lot of different information out there, and when people are putting out misinformation, it is our responsibility to correct that information. Is there any other discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of approving the agenda as it is now written with the removal of items 5.01 and 15.01, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, it passes unanimously. We are now moving on to item 3.01, announcements by Dr. Balgobin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members, members of the audience, so many familiar faces in here. I always love to see our students here in the audience, so thank you for being here today. Along with everyone who is listening, parents that are listening from home, students, members from the community, thank you for tuning in. We would like to celebrate, and first let's start with our volunteers and mentors of the year. We do have a short video, but I would like to recognize our outstanding senior volunteer of the year, which is Miss Rachel Curtin from Spruce Creek Elementary. Outstanding adult volunteer of the year, Eugene Perino from Citrus Grove Elementary. Outstanding youth volunteer of the year, Sophia Hazelbaker from Volusia Online Learning. And our mentor of the year, Miss Marlene Mercurio from New Smyrna Beach Middle School. We have a short video. We're going to highlight all of our mentors and the incredible work that they do and the amount of hours that they invest in the work that we do here when it comes to teaching and learning and our students overall. So I'd like to thank them, but also this video is going to once again recognize them. Team?
Volunteering is something that not only means something to me, but I think it means something to the kids. And I think the kids get something out of it. They have that extra attention, they get that extra love from the volunteers. And I think it's very important to be involved. I love doing this. I love being here for the kids. I just get so much out of it. It means a lot.
I was surprised, I'm not gonna lie. Caught me off guard. I was just coming in to help the teacher do some busy work, get caught up, and next thing I know, there's a bunch of people at the door, so I was definitely caught off guard. A little bit sense of happiness, joy a little bit. It's fun to see them having fun, I think is the biggest thing. You know, I try to leave the teaching to the teachers. You know, I help if I can, but I'm just trying to there to make the day enjoyable, if at all possible, when I can.
I guess appreciated, and it was nice to see all my teachers and administration have nice things to say about me. So if you've never volunteered, you wouldn't know how fulfilling it is, or if you've never volunteered in something and you're interested in, because not everything is for everybody. Not everyone's gonna like doing the same stuff, but I'm sure everyone can find something that they'll be able to be passionate about and give back.
I'm certainly not alone in this because I've gotten help from other mentors and from being on the mentor board. And it really is a collaborative endeavor that we all should get the award together. I don't think I've done anything special. I've been fortunate, and I've have good kids, and there's wonderful mentors and training.
So in my book, in our book, we see these individuals truly as heroes, right? Because really, I'm going to get a little bit philosophical here, but if you look at really the meaning of life, life is all about time and energy. That's what it is. What is life? It's time and energy. And when you utilize your time to really create an impact either for yourself and others and to leave meaningful trails in this world, that is what it's all about. And I think that's the theme that really resonates as we met with these individuals, how fulfilling these acts were to them. So I would like to encourage any of you out there that are looking to make a difference, because I know all of us wants to make a positive impact in our world. Please consider Volusia County Public Schools, because we do need very good mentors here for our students and also to work with the folks in our community. So reach out to Denise Rivera, because we are always in need of mentors for the work that we do. So I encourage you to do so. Also, it was one early morning that I was attending a conference, and I got a call very early in the morning. And I was told, Dr. Balvin, you're Volusia County, and you guys are going to be receiving an award. Immediately, I text my team, because it's called the 2025 Resilience Award by the District Administration, which is a leading resource for K through 12 leadership nationally. And basically what this group has done is that they've studied and looked at districts. They've looked in terms of how, when it comes to leadership in hurricane preparedness, when it comes to student safety, when it comes to educational continuity. And Volusia County is the recipient of that award. So I contacted Patty and the entire team, because as you know, for every hurricane season, you can always count on Florida, right? Florida is one of those states that you better be ready in the summer, and even beyond the summer, we have to be ready. And one thing I will tell you is that we have a division here comprised of teaching and learning, but also operation, that 24/7 they're working. And a lot of folks don't know that. They think, well, you know what, school is, we don't have schools in session, so we're just waiting this out, and that's not how it works. These folks, when it comes to attending the meetings, being briefed 5, 6 times during the day, briefing others, organizing what needs to happen, really studying the forecasts, executing the work, going back, revising, it's a 24/7. And our team has been recognized for this, so I would like to ask Ms. Patty Core, because these are some of the folks behind the scenes that we don't get to see every day. But when it comes to educating our children, there are so many pillars and so much that needs to happen in such an order for that to really truly take place. Patty, if you will share a little bit about what happens behind the scene, and if we can recognize some of the folks from our operation division here, because they are the ones who have earned this. So go ahead, Ms. Core.
Thank you, Superintendent Dr. Balgobin, Chair Haynes, and esteemed board members. Thank you for this opportunity to recognize the people who make my job easy every single day, our operations division and some others. As you know, it's a heavy lift when there is a major storm coming, especially not knowing the category, and people needing to shelter and being able to house them, while at the same time ensuring that our facilities are still safe, that we're able to accommodate these people, but knowing the first thought after we get shelters up and running is how do we get them closed and get people out safely so we can get our kids back to school in a timely fashion, and have as minimal interruption to the educational learning process as possible. So with me here tonight, I have a team I'll introduce in a minute, but this work started, back in a year ago. We'll start again in the spring, prepping for hurricane season, trainings we've attended, team members have attended, trainings, and they presented to all of our administrators who do man our shelters for us in conjunction with, I have to give a shout out to the County of Volusia Emergency Management. My partner in this work is Clint Meekum. He's an amazing director of emergency management, and we work very well together in his team. And if you've never seen their command center in the middle of something like this, it is something to be in awe of, because you walk in and it's a huge war room, and there are representatives from every possible municipality, law enforcement, waste management, St. John's, Votran busing, you name it, they're all in the room. And so on our team, when I say your name, if you're here, stand up, please. We have Dr. Drew Olson, our Director of Transportation, and Chris Boyer, our Assistant Director of Transportation, and he might not have made it. They were our boots on the ground at the Volusia County Emergency Command Center. I was in and out there for meetings, but they lived there and slept there. And the beauty of that process is when we call them and there's an issue, we don't have to wait for a callback. They run to the table because all the tables are manned by these different groups. And so we needed some assistance in busing, and the Votran people employees were sitting right across from them, and they were able to work it out very quickly. Shout out to, of course, the Sheriff's Department and our law enforcement partners who helped man our shelters to make sure that they were orderly. Yeah, thank you. All of our municipalities, I was on meetings 2 or 3 times a day with the county, and then membership, city managers from all of the municipalities were on there doing a roll call, talking about safe roads, what's not safe for our schools, so we shared in that responsibility. And we definitely, learned some things that we would like to improve on, but for my first experience and with the team, it went very well. I will tell you, running our shelters, we opened 6 this last big storm. Dr. Castelli at Mainland, Mr. DiGiramo at DeLand High, Mr. Jackson at Creekside Middle, Mr. Dunnigan at Hinson Middle, Ms. Wiles is here tonight from University High, and Dr. Velez from Galaxy. They ran with their teams our shelter. And I'll give you one of the things we learned in our after action. Well, we learned it during the event. We were able to, thanks to Dr. Valier for this, but Ms. Wiles called and said, guess what? We don't have a bilingual person at our shelter. Didn't even, yes, I know, Mr. Colon, lo siento. We learned it will not happen again. But we got Dr. Valle, and he got 3 different Spanish speakers available on the phone, and we were able to do that remotely. But we do want to make sure we rectify that in the future, that we'll have someone there that can speak to those who maybe only speak one language. So that's an example that I can say that came out of our after actions. And this isn't a point to brag, but just I'm not surprised that we were recognized, because one of the things we learned through our trainings with our administrators, we had multiple meetings with them leading up to the event, especially the shelter managers and their teams, what to expect during the event, our deployment during the event, and then we had an after action with them. And I believe they mentioned it to Dr. Balgobin that this was the smoothest operation for opening shelters that these particular principals had experienced, and that's because of this team. I mean, yeah, so I have to thank this. Oh, you can. Okay, so also we have Ron Young. He's our director. He's in the back. Yes, he's a back of the room kind of guy. Rod Smith, director of maintenance. Rod. 2 of our coordinators are here from maintenance department, Sean Capman and Rick Dominy. In addition to going to the county management command center, we have a command center at Olson that we set up. That's where we all slept. And we have Ken Mitchell, our coordinator for fire, health, and safety, and he sets that up for us and has done this for many years and had a wealth of knowledge. That team also set the whole command center and did a whole dry run in advance. We used a 800 megahertz radio, wanted to make sure everything was working and we were up and running. Also, who helped at the command center, 2 assistant directors from transportation, Betsy Burris and Madsen Kanji. At the sites and for us at Olson, we have Heather DiMiola, and members of her team helped us with Schoolway Cafe to make sure people were fed. Did compliment the food. You got to keep them happy. We don't want them displaced and also hungry and grumpy. And then Debbie Fisher from Health Services, our coordinator. With our health department services from the county as well, and especially at our 2 special needs shelters, we had plenty of help there to assist our students who are medically fragile. We did receive several letters of thank you from some of our community members who availed themselves of our facilities, and one we presented at a principal meeting to Dr. Castelli, someone who had never sheltered before and came and said how she was very apprehensive about it. She was older, she was nervous about leaving her home, but when she got there, she felt so safe and so glad that she came and utilized our facility during that time. Did I miss anybody from our team? I don't want to leave anybody out. I said Catman and Domini. Did I not? Did he not stand up when he was supposed to? I said Ron. I did say Ron. Rick. And so Rick Domini also runs our special projects team, and I have to give them a shout out. So Freedom Elementary had one building that had carpet that water got in. It didn't damage anything else but the carpet. They turned over, and luckily we did have a teacher duty day. So that storm ended. I'm not sure if you remember, then we had a teacher duty day. Gave us an additional day without students to fix as much as we possibly could. But these guys were working around the clock, and their teams, many other people. They turned over that building at Freedom in one day. 16 classrooms? 16 classrooms they turned over in one day. So teachers could come back and kids could come back and teach, and they didn't have to double up at other classrooms or be displaced. What I missed? Oh, they're chuckling back there. Another school that did take on some flooding was Sugar Mill Elementary. They thought that was going to take longer. You guys had Sugar Mill up and running before winter break? Around Thanksgiving break? Yeah, so amazing work. And that's members of the team that maybe do other jobs. They all just went as a team, pitched in. They had to redo floors there. They had to cut out drywall, replace. I mean, that's the behind the scenes things that unless you're there or you were affected by that, you wouldn't maybe not know. But I just can't say enough. And I'm not telling you, they came in, what do you need? Where do we need to go? What's next? We're getting calls. Captain was out there with his team at also by Freedom, where our retention pond, there was a fail in the pump or in the piping, I don't know all the words, but needless to say, they came out and they brought pumps out and they were able to remedy that pretty quickly. The neighbors were happy about that. So thank you. I know it took probably longer than I should, but they deserve this recognition and so much more. So thank you for having us.
Please just sit with the team for a little bit. I have 3 more quick announcements, and then we'll take a picture. I want them to hold this up. This is about them. Thank you, Ms. Kaur. The Aspiring Leaders Academy, this year we would like to welcome and congratulate 16 applicants that were welcomed to this academy. So they are going to be spending an entire year where they're going to be learning, collaborating, and building skills for that next steps. And these are the 16 applicants that has been inducted into our Aspiring Leaders Academy. Congratulations to all 16 of these aspiring leaders. Also, Carnegie Hall, I think board members and members of the audience, you heard a little bit about, there were 7 districts nationwide that were selected for the Carnegie Hall Musical Explorers program. And this is actually, I do have a short video about this because this is a curriculum that's in every single one of our elementary schools. So I'm not going to tell you a whole lot about it. I want you to watch the video because one of our teachers from Pathways, as all the other teachers from the elementary schools, have been implementing the curriculum, and I want you to get the takeaways from so far from the teachers and the students who are experiencing this wonderful curriculum, and it's going to be a full year, fully funded by Carnegie Hall for all of our elementary schools. Again, we are very honored to be selected for this. And last but not least, UNCF, that campaign, we've began that campaign, and as you know, for 35 years we've had this partnership. And I want to thank UNCF for, again, their partnership with Volusia County Public Schools, because they utilize this, the funding that's received through these campaigns really to help prepare our students for fulfilling careers and meaningful lives. So I want to thank them for that partnership, and I want to encourage all of our staff members to continue to contribute to a very, very good cause. And I do have a short video of the Carnegie Hall, and then we will take the picture, Ms. Kaur.
Musical Explorers is a curriculum born out of the very famous Carnegie Hall in New York City. And it was crafted by their education department and by musical artists from around the world. And so this curriculum really targets the elementary level and music classrooms around the nation. So we're very, very lucky to be one of only 7 districts, as you said, for the nation.
They've
here.
only selected 7 districts
That's right.
in the nation. This program in particular, which you started working with the Musical Explorers program, how is it really crafting and helping our students develop those skill sets for that overall educational experience in the area of music?
Yeah, I think that it's just opening up, it's broadening their horizons. Because oftentimes we get caught in just our own world.
Yeah.
And of course, this is expanding what they know as far as the world music is concerned. I think that it's going to help our students be more empathetic.
Yeah.
I think it's going to help our students be more compassionate.
Yeah.
And of course, that's something that I think that we need in our world, probably more now than ever. And,
You're
and to
talking
me,
about-
I've always been about the human experience, right? And just being a good human. And I think that this program can really offer that to our students in Volusia County.
So can you share with us a little bit, what is your favorite parts? Let's start with you. What is your favorite part of the music class when you're doing this Musical Explorers program? What's your favorite part about it?
Getting to learn like new dances from other cultures or other parts of the world.
So you know what? Precisely, I heard today that you experienced a dance called the Garba.
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about that, what you learned?
It's an Indian dance where you have to clap along to get with the rhythm of the song.
To get with the rhythm of the song, and I'm sure there is a whole lot more. And you were sharing with me earlier also that you had an experience today as well, right? With the Freedom song. Can you tell us a little bit about that and what you learned?
Learning about freedom in a song and learning how they can know how to sing.
And some important dates to remember, we know that January 27th through the 31st is Celebrate Literacy Week, and we know how important when it comes to reading, that's the foundation for every other subject area. So we're celebrating that on January the 30th, the 100th day of school. So we're going to be celebrating that as well, and we know Dr. Seuss has quite a bit out there about the 100th day of school. Black History Month in February, Career and Technical Ed Month, Love the Bus Month. February 3rd through the 7th is National Counseling Week, and February the 7th is Florida School Crossing Guards Day. And that's it for announcement, but we do have a picture that we would like to take with the operational division.
Yeah, these are good.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. At this time, we're moving on to item 4.01, recognition of students for safety awareness contest. Dr. Balgobin?
Madam Chair, I have one recognition, and at this time I would like to ask our wonderful captain, one of the best, Captain Smith. He's going to do the presentation for the Safety Awareness Contest.
Good evening, Superintendent, Madam Chair, esteemed school board members. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to recognize some outstanding students this evening. The Volusia Sheriff's Youth Foundation recently sponsored a contest focused on promoting the safety of riders, walkers, and bicyclists. Tonight, we celebrate the creativity and talent of the students who have captured our attention with their impressive work. These students will each receive cash awards sponsored by the Volusia Sheriff's Youth Foundation in recognition of their excellence in illustrating this year's theme, Safely Rolling to My Destination. We'll start with poster recognitions. Third place is Kyra Clayton from Deltona High School with her poster titled Look Both Ways Before Crossing a Street, receiving a $50 award. Second place is Caroline Hanania from Manatee Cove Elementary School with her poster titled Ways to Stay Safe, receiving a $150 award. And first place is Anaki Shi from Deltona Middle School with her poster titled Safety Rollin' to My Destination, receiving a $300 award. And then we also have our PSA winner, and first place is Christine Gleim, Haley Beck, Juliana Santana, and Sophia Nguyen from University High School for their public service announcement, Safely Rollin' to My Destination, receiving a $500 award. Total, not each. Congratulations to all our winners for their exceptional work and dedication to promoting safety.
I think some of the kids are here.
Yes. Could we do the three? Could we do the three with their families? Okay, and then we'll do the University High group.
And actually, congratulations, you guys are some rich kids, you know that? Congratulations. Wow, very nice. Beautiful. Very nice. Look at that. Beautiful. So you guys come over here, you can stand right in the middle. Let me see yours.
Hi, everybody. Everybody go ahead and get into a half moon with two different bows, please. That would be great. There we go.
If you want to get in the photo.
Yeah, they can take it. There you go. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Where's your dad?
Wow, she is good.
I'm her art teacher. We've met before. She doesn't say hi. Nothing. Nice. All right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and take your picture. 14 days to finish.
I'm sorry.
Dr. B?
Yeah,
There we go.
come right next to your daughter.
Dr. B, do you want to stand next to? There we go. Perfect. All right, we're gonna do a couple different phones, everybody, so stay with me, all right? Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Remember when we had Victoria Alba?
I'm gonna have you go back for me, okay? That was smart. I like what you said. Ready, everybody? Let's go. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, that you were going to look into
Okay.
some
Okay. And then let me take one more with your phone. One more.
other services.
There we go. Okay. One more. I swear. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, guys.
Good,
You've got a lot of money now.
County.
And you want to cash those checks before, because it's coming from the sheriff.
Thank you, baby.
Oh, I get it. But I know I'm just telling you. Look, Miss Pat,
Come in, Sophia. You put his elbow down. We probably should have made that down. It is Christmas. Not a Disney truck. All right, guys, can you go ahead and come over this way? Friends and family and principals, everybody's welcome. Come on over.
Congratulations, honey. Congratulations, sweetheart. Congratulations, my love. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you. It's nice meeting you. It's been that long. I know. Yeah, she's 11 and she's a year. Great. Thank you for choosing us.
Either way you want to go, doesn't matter.
Oh my goodness, those lovers. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Take a picture?
I'm a little taller.
What's
all that, man? I got the bag.
All right, guys, let's do 2 lines so we can get nice and close. Let's do 2 lines. There you go, guys. Thank you so much. Miss Hayes, take it to the side. I hate to do this to everybody, but can we take 1 step this way? There we go. All right, now you guys move over that way.
I'm impressed.
All right, we've got a bunch of phones. Just bear with me, okay? Ready? Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Bear with me. I told you this live. Ready? 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. One last one. Ready?
And this one. Thank you. Oh, that's nice. That's different. It's all or nothing.
I'm surprised all the girls do
Well, they can pay for it.
There you go.
Dad, go ahead and give this.
Oh, yeah. That helps. Thank you so much.
You did a good job, Dad. I'm so proud of you.
We didn't do much. I appreciate it.
Next time you need to, just keep doing what you're doing, Dad.
At this time, we're moving on to item 7.01, removal of any items from the consent agenda. Board members, are there any items on the consent agenda that you would like to remove for further discussion or as a standalone item? All right, then we'll move forward with the approval. I need someone to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as it's presented.
Motion to approve the consent agenda as written.
Thank you, Mrs.
Second.
Thompson.
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Brosmer. Any discussion? Okay. Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda as presented this evening, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, it passes unanimously. We are now moving on. Oh, wait, I apologize. That's because they buried it in the yellow. We have a card on the consent agenda.
We'll retract the motions.
We'll retract the motions. And Mrs. Albert, please come forward. Mrs. Albert, you're here to speak on item 12.05.
Correct, yes. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Balgobin, members of the audience. First, I want to thank you for fixing that. I would have been really sad had I not had the opportunity to ask my questions. So I'm speaking about the consent agenda item 12.05, which is the resolution of the school board to waive the impact fees for the single-family homes on Fulton Street. I understand the intention of this action, and I recognize that it is great. It's something great that's going to happen for the community. But I just have a few questions about the waiving of the school impact fees. First and foremost, is Volusia County School Board as an entity legally allowed to waive school impact fees? Typically, school impact fee waivers are for developments that are 55-plus communities where they do not have children attending our public schools. Will these homes be available to parents of school-aged children? And we know that the school impact fees actually pay for financial costs that are incurred by having children attend our public schools. So how will those financial impacts, if children are going to be living in these homes, be covered? Is that something that Volusia County Schools will then cover, or will some other source do that? We know that even as recent as today, our school funding is always in jeopardy. We know that we are obligated, but we receive our funding because people make decisions outside of those who are the practitioners in our schools. So I just am asking these questions to make sure that fiscally we are setting ourselves up in the best position. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cologne?
Yeah, so to this point, and I actually had a meeting with staff, this is deferral of impact fees. So we do not have the ability not to collect the impact fees. What we do have the ability to do is to defer them for a later date. And so these impact fees will be collected. They're just deferred, which is what allows the homeowner to be able to purchase the house because of all the initial costs. So we will be collecting the fees. We don't have the ability to waive them. It's just deferred for 10 years. So we will be collecting that money. Which is often done. Municipalities do that sometimes with impact fees as well. And so usually it's, based on, as their phases go out. So I had many of the same questions with that. And so at first I thought we were giving a 10-year waiver to never collect. And I'm like, wait a second, whoa. But no, that's not the case. And the other thing is that this is particular to only 4 lots, which are the 4 lots that we had gifted them earlier in the year for these homes. And my understanding is that preferential treatment is given to, first of all, folks in the community. I think I don't know specifically who's going into these homes, but they are working together with our schools to, I know one of the families, because I was at the event, was from Bethune-Cookman. And so again, I could see, just as another educational institution, the advantage of that. So again, many of the same questions I had. Thank you.
Mrs. Prosmer?
This is unfamiliar to me, and your comments just brought a question to mind about the process. Not everybody owns their home for 10 years, so how does that waiver follow the property?
We have also placed a lien on the property.
It becomes a lien then?
On the
Okay.
property that runs with the land, that after 10 years, those impact fees will be due.
Okay, and the lien doesn't interfere with their ability to sell the property. I would guess they would have to satisfy that lien
I
in
would
order to
think
buy
that
it?
the lien would have to be satisfied before a new fee simple owner is able to take possession of the property.
Okay, thank you. I just wondered what the process is.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? Okay, so we're going to go back. I need someone to make a motion to approve the agenda because I have no more green cards. The consent agenda as presented.
I motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Thank you,
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Brosmeyer. Okay, we'll call for the vote again. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda as presented, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes unanimously. We are now moving on to item 14.01. This item is on graduation readiness. Dr. Balgobin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, recently we've received our graduation rates from the state of Florida. And during that time, what we do is that we do a presentation. And the presentation is not just to highlight the schools and the work that they've done, but also to acknowledge the work that our parents do behind the scenes when it comes to working with their children, the work that our students do daily in the classrooms and when they get home every day, right? What you would consider their homework and also the work that our teachers are doing and our principals and our district staff. So I would like to ask Mr. Mike McAuliffe, who is our Executive Director for Grad Assurance and Student Services. I see we have two high school principals in the audience, so I will ask them to come up in the front, please, and sit here because you had something directly to do with this work as well.
The two best.
Huh?
The two best.
Yes, both of them. All 10 of them, Mr. Cologne. And we also have with us here today Dr. Baker Drayton, who is our Executive Director for Secondary, and Mr. Bill Reeser, but I will tell you, soon to be Dr. Reeser.
Okay.
And they're going to do a presentation. I've shared with you in the last board meeting that a lot of folks say, what is it I remember 4.5 years ago, and I remember something that you stated, Mr. Cologne, when we were talking about our grad rates and where we were, and you said, think of the number of students on an annual basis that's not walking across the stage. You remember that conversation?
Oh, yeah.
And I will share with folks that when they ask about what we're doing in Volusia County, and I said we have really taken and created a systemized approach for identifying and allocating resources so we can meet the differentiated needs of students. So the team is going to give you a full-blown presentation what that looks like, but also they're going to be sharing with us what are the state statutes and the requirements for graduation readiness, and how here in Volusia County we have systemized an approach to meeting the differentiated needs of our students. So take it away, team.
All righty. Thank you, Dr. B. Chairwoman Haynes, school board members, Dr. Balgobin, thank you guys for having us and allowing us the opportunity to share a wealth of knowledge with you guys. We have a very, very thorough presentation for you that we went in depth about graduation requirements and what it kind of takes. And I want to start off by providing you guys some accurate information too, just to have a clear understanding about what it takes and what it goes into talking about a school district grade, where graduation kind of falls into that with a high school grade, a district grade, and then talk about some other components. So please understand when we're doing this that the requirements have multiple pathways that we're going to talk about with the graduation as we do this based on the Florida state statutes, as Dr. Balgobin stated. As educators directly involved in this work, we want to ensure that the board and the community understand the following. Graduation rates represent one of 12 components of our school district grade. At the school level, graduation rates represent one of 10 components of our high school grade. Third grade reading carries double weight in a district grade, which is our district grade has 12 components, just so you guys know when we're doing our school grade. And elementary school, it also carries double weight in their 8 components. Counted both on an average component of ELA for a district is grades 3 through 10, so that would be a culmination of grades 3 through 10 average, and grades 3 through 5 for elementary. And then it's also a standalone metric, is that double that it takes for to go across when we're talking about third grade carrying double the weight. I want to give you guys some clarification on that. I bring that up because I know there's been a lot of misconceptions out there, but of the 66 districts, of only 7 schools performed higher on their third grade standalone proficiency metric than they did on their overall district average of grades 3 through 10 across the board of 7 of those districts of the 66. So I know there's been a lot of things saying our third grade scores aren't matching our graduation rates. That's not right. So I'm going to get into a little bit more about that. No, not to mention, no third grade reading standalone metric or district's ELA proficiency grades 3 through 10 even came close to any school district's graduation rate. Not even close for comparison. So I want to make sure we're comparing apples to apples when we're talking about that. So when you're looking at proficiency and you're looking at third grade and when you're looking at ELA, there is a huge discrepancy when you're looking at those numbers and then the graduation rate. There is, and we're going to talk about what we talk about progression of learning when we go there. We're going to talk about multiple pathways available for students to graduate in 4 years or less, how these pathways prepare students to be college, career, and service ready. We're also going to explain how data-driven strategies for supporting students entering high school at various achievement levels and progressive learning and approaches for students to be successful. Our goal this evening is to clarify any misconceptions and demonstrate how we're meeting state requirements by serving our diverse population. This presentation will cover the key policies related on our students' performance and progression, along with some graduation requirements for our district. Next slide. We will also focus on the district's strategic goal around our optimizing learning conditions and operation efficiencies to support student learning, all aimed at ensuring high levels of learning for all students. We're going to get started here by talking about what is high school graduation. Florida has established 3 main requirements for high school students to graduate based on the Florida State Statute 1003.4282. It's based off of credit requirements, grade point average, and state assessments. First, credit requirements. Students need to complete either a standard 24 credit diploma or 18 credit option. I call that, as a high school principal, you have flexibility or you have speed. And I'll get into that a little bit more. These credits must be distributed across specific required subject areas to ensure a well-rounded education is required. The GPA standard. To graduate, students must maintain at least a 2.0 grade point average. This isn't just for core classes. This factors in every class, including electives, giving a complete picture of the overall academic performance of the student. State testing. There are 2 crucial state testings that a student must pass. The 10th grade ELA Language Arts Test and the Algebra 1 end of the course exam. This ensures the student has mastered fundamental skills in writing, reading, and mathematics, and this requirement works together to prepare students for their next steps, whether it's college, career, or being service ready. We talked about the different paths and different types. There's technically 7 different types of diplomas that a student can earn a high school diploma with, and we're going to cover all of those with the team up here for you today. The main diploma types are your standard traditional high school diploma, which we talked about as your 24 credits, and then we have your accelerated 18 credit option, which stands for, just so you guys are aware, academically challenging curriculum to enhance learning, which is 18 credits. And then we also have our international recognitions. Those are our 2 IB and our ACE Cambridge that we'll discuss a little bit more in depth later on in this presentation. And then we also have career pathways, our CTE diploma option. We have 2 other alternative options, and that's our certificate of completion and our access for standard diploma to ensure every student has the opportunity to graduate based on their individual circumstances. We'll review a couple special designations. The students that enhance their diplomas when they graduate, just not with a normal high school diploma, but also additional recognitions. These include Merit Scholar designations for academic excellence and special seals for biliteracy of fine arts. So the next slide is just kind of an overview, just so you guys can kind of see what it is. I'm not going to kind of go into it because we're going to break it down in the next couple slides. So it's just an overview of the options, of what the credits look like, what the designations are. The team up here will go into each one of those in depth for all of you guys, so you guys are aware. Let me highlight some crucial distinctions between standard diploma and a certificate of completion. A standard diploma represents full completion of all state statute and all standards. It's including assessments, 2.0 college GPA, and you've fulfilled all your credits. This opens the door to colleges, military service, and employment opportunities to be productive members of our society. In contrast, certificate of completions mean a student has completed coursework but did not pass state assessments, which means they have graduated with a 2.0, they've earned their credits, but they were not able to pass the two state required state assessments, either math or ELA. While this shows educational effort, it also carries significant limitations for that student. You can look at this as a participation certificate. They get a normal certificate just like they would. These students are allowed to walk at graduation. They get a cap and gown. Some parents, depending on where they are, they think their kid received a high school diploma because they receive a diploma cover with a certificate of completion and all that. And it states right there, it looks, only thing different from a high school diploma, it says certificate of completion on it and not standard high school diploma. The limitations of a certificate of completion are substantial. It affects colleges, admission, military enlistments, federal and aid ability, and of course, career opportunities. Federal law does not recognize this as a standard high school diploma. This is why we're encouraging our students to work towards a standard diploma at all costs and demonstrate what both options we have for skill and mastery. The next is the 24 standard and 18 credit options. The differences here in the commonalities between the standard and accelerated options are as follows. Both paths maintain the same core academic values, 2.0 pass required state assessments and GPA, core subjects like math, English, science, and social studies. The key differences are the 24 credit program offers electives, includes PE and online courses, provides the full year experience. The 18 credit accelerated option removes these additional requirements for those students, allowing a more motivated student to graduate in 3 years and focus on a more academic path if they want to go dual enrollment route. This is that flexibility versus speed. So knowing what the student kind of wants. Does the student want a true 4 years traditional high school experience? Do they want to be involved with all kinds of stuff, sports, academics, extracurricular activities, and really take in that full 4 years? Or does the student already have their plan mapped out when they walk in their 9th grade year saying, this is what I want to do. I want to start my dual enrollment. Some have already started in middle school, and their parents have it mapped out for them to where they're finished their sophomore or junior year, and there's strictly dual enrollment after that. So that would be that flexibility, or that would be that speed plan, well, the 18 credit Excel option. So which path fits for goals and circumstances? It's all about what's best for the kids. The parents know and what the students know. I'll be very honest with you. They decide. We have counselors that they meet with their incoming year. They sit them down. They go over the plan. Each school is different and unique. Each student is different and unique. We have to decide what the kid is good at, what their interests are, and then we will then kind of build the programs and the schedule around those students, just so you're aware. The 24 credit program suits students wanting to full that high school experience, while the 18 credit works well for those academically strong and post-career graduate students. Next slide. And then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Reeser here, and he's going to talk about our ACE diploma.
Very happy to speak with you all about opportunities that our most accelerated students have opportunities to pursue advanced diplomas while here as a student in Volusia County Schools. The first of those is the Cambridge Advanced International Diploma, otherwise known as ACE or Cambridge. You can see the schools represented there that have this program available. Volusia County Schools has a very high success rate of ACE students earning the ACE diploma. The Cambridge ACE program is an internationally recognized curriculum that must be completed within 25 months of starting. Students start on the 24 credits and must pass 7 ACE exams. That's a critical component for the ACE diploma, is the passage of those 7 advanced exams. The program requires 100 community service hours while meeting standard diploma requirements. This rigorous program is offered at the select schools that you see pictured: the Wolves of Deltona, the Panthers of Pine Ridge, the Sand Crabs. I know what they say. Once a sand crab, always is. The Cudas, as well as the University Titans, the Sharks at Atlantic High School, and Buck Pride never dies. This rigorous program is offered at these schools. This path combines international academic standards with local graduation requirements, preparing students for global opportunities. I do want to highlight that these students do participate in our Volusia schools progress monitoring assessments. These progress monitoring assessments, as they are administered to all of our students, are also administered to our advanced students, with the purpose being that no student is left behind, no student falls in a crack. They do participate in those progress monitoring assessments. Next slide refers to the IB program that is hosted at DeLand High School as well as Spruce Creek High School. The district also enjoys a very high success rate of IB diploma success. The IB program is an advanced pre-university curriculum available at Spruce Creek and DeLand. Students must complete 6 IB subject exams, a theory of knowledge course, an extended essay, and CAS hours, community service, while maintaining standard diploma requirements. This comprehensive program combines academic rigor with creative and service components, preparing students for higher education globally. As shown by the mascots, this program is offered both at DeLand and Spruce Creek High School. Moving to the next page are the CTE pathways available for graduates in Volusia County schools. The CTE pathway combines standard diploma requirements with career-focused preparation. We celebrate our CTE programs and the opportunities that they provide our students for work readiness upon graduation from high school. Students take 2 credits of career and technical courses while pursuing industry certifications. Like all pathways, this diploma pathway requires a 2.0 GPA and passing of end-of-course assessments, ensuring students maintain academic standards while gaining practical employment skills. This option prepares students for immediate career entry while maintaining educational excellence. If you've ever heard me talk about the job placement for our HVAC Academy and the immediate wages earned upon that employment, that's what we're talking about. Next would be the Access Standard Diploma. The Access Standard Diploma provides a modified curriculum for students with significant cognitive disabilities. This path uses the Florida Standards Alternate Assessment to measure achievement in core subjects at an adjusted complexity level. Students must demonstrate employment competencies and daily living skills. While aligned with the Florida standards, this program emphasizes practical skills and, very importantly, meets individual student IEP goals. I'm happy to pass this now to Dr. Tamara Baker-Drayton.
Good evening, everyone. So in addition to our achievement, in addition to a standard diploma, students can obtain additional achievements that can be added to their diploma, such as the merit designation. So the merit designation recognizes students who excel beyond the standard diploma requirements. Students must earn industry certification and complete advanced coursework, at least 1 credit in AP, IB, ACE, or dual enrollment while meeting the standard diploma requirements. This designation demonstrates both academic excellence and real-world skills, enhancing college and career opportunities. Another added achievement could be the Scholar designation. The Scholar designation is a recognition of advanced academic achievement. This honors outstanding academic achievement through rigorous coursework and assessments. Beyond the standard requirements, students must pass the EOC exams in geometry, biology, and U.S. history. Additional credits needed in advanced math, science, foreign language, and AP, IB, ACE, and dual enrollment courses. Another achievement could be the Florida Seal of Biliteracy designation. The Florida Seal of Biliteracy offers 2 levels of biliteracy recognition, either the gold and silver seal. The difference between the two, the gold seal requires level 4 or more on the ELA, FSA, and advanced foreign language proficiency through AP, IB, ACE exams, or completion of 4 years with a 3.0 GPA. The Silver Seal requires a level 3 or higher on the ELA FSA and intermediate high foreign language proficiency through similar pathways at slightly lower thresholds. This recognition demonstrates mastery of both English and foreign language, valuable for college and career opportunities. Another academic achievement added to the standard diploma could be the Florida Seal of Fine Arts. The Florida Fine Arts Seal recognizes exemplary achievement in dance, music, theater, and visual arts. Students must earn a standard diploma and complete 3 credits with an A grade in one fine arts program. They also need to fulfill 2 additional requirements from a menu of options. These include advanced coursework, jury through competition participation, arts-related service, portfolio completion, or recognition for the original artwork.
All right, and I'm going to now start, and we're going to talk about the EOC assessments. And first, we're going to start with the Algebra 1. This is a required state assessment that all students have to pass starting from 22 to 23, that the best started. That's when it started with us. Participation is mandatory, and the performance levels range from level 1, which is a 325, all the way up to a level 5, which is a 475. Students must achieve a level 3 that you can see highlighted in blue, which is a 400, is the minimum score a student must reach to show proficiency to meet that graduation requirement, or higher to do that. So it's a level 3, 4, or 5. Learning gains will show student growth on state assessments year over year and how they can be achieved in 3 different ways. Moving up from one achievement level to another, from a level 1 to a level 2, a level 2 to a level 3, and a level 3 to a level 4, a level 4 to a level 5. Maintaining a level 5 status, or a level 1 or level 2 student who increases their specified points within the same level, such as 1.1 moving to a 1.2, a 2.1 moving to a 2.2. This shows that learning has been taking place, which shows that that student is able to earn a learning gain. This system recognizes both examples and shows learning is taking place and progress is being made towards closing those achievement gaps. We talked about like progressive learning and what we do. So when we see a kid is not getting it in 3rd grade, that's not the end of the story. That's the beginning of the story, is how we should really look at it. Then we start doing the testing. What are VBAs showing us? What are the kid needs? We kind of break it down like there. When we look at the assessment value, truly we should be looking at it in like 4 different ways. Does it promote deeper learning rather than surface level memorization? Are the results useful for improving teaching and learning? Is it fair and accessible for all learners? And then most likely, is it important and does it measure the growth and development of our students? I think if you look at those 4 things that we're doing, and when we do our Volusia VBAs and our PMs that we do and we assess our students off of, those are what we're looking for when we're trying to do. We're trying to dig and really find out what those students need, what the skills are needing, so we can help them reach their goal of at least making learning gains or growth to show achievement. Here's our Algebra 1 concordance scores. Students that don't earn a level 3 or higher, this is where we come into play. So a lot of our students will earn their graduation requirement off of right here, this Algebra 1 concordance score. So I will tell you guys that right now. Students who don't pass the Algebra 1 EOC can meet it through these ways. We have the PSAT, the MSSQT, which is the preliminary or the National Merit Scholarship for Qualifying Tests, for everyone to know. You need to have a 430 on that. The SAT Math is 420. They need a 16 on the SAT Math. Geometry, they can also take it and score a 3 or higher. So even though they failed the Algebra 1, they did not get a 3 or higher, they go to Algebra. If they get a 3 or higher in algebra, or a 3 or higher in geometry, they would meet the concordance score to get their graduation, just so everybody is aware. Also, CLT is a new one, which is the Classic Learning Test, which came out last year with the governor, and they need 11 on that for the mathematics piece, an 11. So eligibility varies when students enter 9th grade. Schools offer all different types of things. I'll be honest with you. As principals, we do after-school boot camps. We do SAT and ACT camps. We do practice tests during lunch. We do online study resources, math tutoring programs. We hit the district up for all kinds of stuff and use our Title I funding, I know, as principals, and everybody up here can tell you. We also work on targeted remediation with our students, so we would know who these students are, just not seniors, but we look at them as every cohort. So if they're a ninth grader sitting in there and they failed their Algebra 1, we know who those sophomores are. We still know who those juniors are who haven't met their graduation requirement. We have those all situated in like different cohorts and mapped, and we're trying to, how do we provide these students every opportunity that we can give them? And we'll get into show you about every opportunity, because that's what it takes to get these kids to truly graduate in 4 years or less. You have to provide these kids opportunity, and it truly comes down to doing that and finding someone who believes in them. So, and we'll get into that as well. So when we're looking at the FAST ELA reading assessment, I apologize. The key points here are PM3. That's the last PM that they have to test, and that's for 10th graders. So all ELA 10th graders, regardless of a concordant score, whatever you score on any other score, you have to get a level 3 of a 247 or higher on the PM3 to meet your graduation requirement for 10th grade ELA. Doesn't matter what you score in 9th grade, you can score 4 or 5. We hope you score 4 or 5 on your 10th grade, but 10th grade is the one that counts. That's the graduation requirement, not your 9th grade. Your achievement level, like I said, goes from a 179, a level 1, all the way up to a level 5, which is a 308. And of course, a level 3 or higher meets your graduation requirements with it. Same thing as what we talked about before with the math. You can show achievement levels based off of going from a 1 to a 2 to a 3, a 3 to a 4, and a 4 to a 5. Your level 5s maintain a 5. It shows that they've made learning gains because they're maintaining where they're at, and they came in with a 5 and they've maintained a 5. If they also do show point increase within the same level, which means it would be a 1.1 to a 1.2, that would be a learning gain. A 1.2 to a 2 would be a learning gain. 2.1 to a 2.2 would be a learning gain as well. We do all types of learning when it comes to this. We have students in all different levels. I would say with Tier 1, Tier 2 interventions, all the way to Tier 3 with our intensive readings with our 9th and 10th grade students, because that's really the core of it, where we really have to hit it. We also are strategic about where we place our juniors and seniors that still really haven't passed this, to where we're cohorting those students when we're scheduling. Like, we're just not scheduling them and put them wherever the scheduler puts them. Like, we're being strategic and putting them with the right teacher, with the right group, so they're all together. So the class and the peers they're sitting with, they know they're all in there because they've got to pass. They're all looking around. It's not like we're here to have fun. They know the job that they're asked to do. The comprehensive skills in all subjects that they have to do, that's where we do cross-curriculum and literacy, reading strategies, in science, social studies, math, electives, and everything, just not ELA classes. We got to give the kids the exposure everywhere we can. Targeted interventions for struggling readers. We do text complexity. We do regular progress monitoring for all VBAs, like I said, and PMs. Those are, that's really how we move the needle when you look at everything. I know people will look at it, but I mean, that's our diagnostic right there. That's how we're going to know where these kids are at, what they need. With the REA department, pretty much will hand deliver everything that you need to know about a student and what that student is struggling with, and we'll give it right to you on a plate, and all you have to do is take it, read it, get the kid, and give the support, and it's there. I mean, that's how good our department is for REA, that is so granular that they've given you everything you possibly need to know what a student needs. They've taken all the work out of it for principals, teachers, and all of that. So shout out to them. When you look at our concordant scores, this is another thing. When students don't pass the ELA 10, this is where we go again, just like we do our algebra. So current scores, what we need is SAT, we need reading and writing to have a 480. ACT English and reading combination, you need to have an 18. CLT verbal and grammar, you need to have a 36. So we support this. We do the same thing. We do boot camps. We do Saturday schools. We do after school tutoring. We can do any and everything that we can to give targeted intervention support for these kids for ACT prep, CLT prep, any kind of boot camps that we possibly can think of to get these kids motivated and ready to test, just so you guys are aware, because they know they have to take this. The concordant score is where a majority of our kids will get their graduation requirements, just so you know. And it's about opportunities. And we weren't always exhausting all opportunities, and I'll get into that in a little bit. When we talk about testing waiver options, just so everybody knows, this provides an alternative path for students with disabilities when standards assessments can't accurately measure their abilities. So, key points to know about this: the IEP team determines their eligibility. All accommodations must be considered first. The student must pass the course and also must sit for the exam to be waiver eligible. So they have to pass the course, and they must sit for the EOC exam before a waiver is issued. Once that waiver is issued, that student is then able to check that box for a graduation requirement, and that is for the Algebra EOC and for the ELA 10. When we get into this, ESOL students, testing waiver options. We do have a little wiggle room here. If a student comes to us and is labeled ESOL within less than 2 years, we have a portfolio option that they're able to meet, which is great for these students because coming from Deltona, you know, that's our population that we deal with. We get a lot of kids that come, and that's the population that we get caught up the most. It's that second language. I don't care what people say. That's the hardest thing for them to understand and really sit for a test to try to see not in their native language and say, how can we get these kids to pass it? But when they're less than 2 years, they have a portfolio option that they can demonstrate ELA proficiency through formative assessments and completed the portfolio that we send to the ESOL office. They take control of it, they grade it, they guide it. If all the criteria is met, they let us know, they check off the box. The unfortunate piece is, if the kid is over 2 years, there is no ESOL waiver. So kids 3 or more years labeled ESOL, there is no waiver. The kid has to pass standard high school diploma by ELA or get a concordant score for Algebra 1 or the ELA piece. That's where you come into a lot of your certificate of completions back in the day. And I'll talk about just some stories with that when we get there. When we talk about options, these are some options that I want to show you. This is what we gave all principals I gave at the beginning of the year. Here's your test dates for ACT, SAT, and CLT. All your counselors should have these. It's the test prep guides that were hyperlinked to them, so it took the students right to the test prep guides. There's no reason why students shouldn't be able to have these and signed up for them. So this was all Saturdays, not counting the 2 in-school CLT days that we're paying for as a district as well for our juniors and seniors. That's new this year that we have never done. So we're doing that to break the cycle because I know how important it is and early it is to start that. On the left, you will see what's highlighted here. These are your retake days. So retake days normally happen in September, December, and May is when you're going to retake your Algebra 1 EOCs and your ELAs. In between there that's highlighted, you will see is your ACT school days, your SAT school days, and your ACT NCRs. Not there, you will not see the February 20th CLT school day. That's not on there because we just got it added on to. So that one is not on there. So, but we as a district are providing that to our students and all of our schools free of cost to all of our juniors and all of our seniors that still have not met their graduation requirement because we know the importance of it. So it's about exhausting every effort and opportunity that we have for our students, just so you guys are aware. Kind of went over all of that, so you can see that piece. So district level support, when we're talking about it, REA, myself, Dr. Tehran, I kind of work hand in hand with his team and try not to bug them too much, but monitoring and data is key. If you want to get these kids across the stage, you have to know them, and you got to know everything about them. That's first and foremost, and it starts with the relationships. It really does. If you don't have relationships with these kids and they don't know that you like them, they don't know you believe in them, and they don't know you trust them, you don't have a shot with them. I'll be very honest. And I'm coming from that I'm an Ormond boy, but they love me in Deltona, you know, and it was there for 8 years and it worked out great, you know, and it's just one of those things to where, you know, the dynamics of the culture, but it's knowing the students, it's getting them to understand that you're part of them and you're part of that community. And once they see that and the families believe that, you can do anything. You truly can in a community. So REA department and data dashboard is huge. We'll get into a little bit about that. We do bi-weekly Project 10 reports, which will show you a little bit of that as well. It's pretty much an update, and it codes all your graduation seniors by color. Green shows they've met all graduation requirements. Light green means they're missing one component. It could be a GPA, it could be a credit behind it, or they could be missing a testing. And then what we do is monthly graduation trend analytics. So this is where you would be right now. This is where you're trending. If we don't see this, this is what we're doing as well. So what we do is have regular meetings with those principals, and we talk about what's their plan. And it's just not with their principals, we have them bring in their graduation teams. So that's a new thing that we started with them as well, to make sure that it's just not the principal doing the work, because you can't do the work. You've got to have a full team behind you doing the work each and every day. And literally, you build as long a table as you can possibly get. Financial aid support, we look to cover ACT and SAT waivers whenever we can, and we're collaborating as much as we can with all staff and regular principals as well. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Reeser now, talking about identifying at-risk students.
And Mr. McAuliffe was speaking about exhausting every effort. And at times, what has worked in the most cases for students doesn't work for certain students in certain situations. And obstacles present themselves that put at risk the pathway to a graduation diploma for a student. He talked about the devotion of the principals and their staff to not give up and exhaust every option. An option that became available for us in this past year is the new graduation academies that are housed on each of our campuses and staffed by our staff. The Graduation Academy, you may have previously heard of e-learning, is essentially a new and expanded version of e-learning by which we have expanded flexibility and options for families, for at-risk graduates, students who are considering at that time potential dropout options, potential GED options. One of the final efforts that we make prior to that would be invitation to the Graduation Academy. It begins with early identification and initial assessment. If a student has 2 or more course failures, their attendance is below 90%, they're below grade level in reading and math, and they're credit deficient, this creates an immediate priority for students needing intervention. The Project 10 report that REA creates that Mr. McAuliffe spoke of is that early identification as early as 10th grade, where you begin to identify those non-graduate risk factors. The second step is the support team that he spoke of, building the support team with the counselor, the mentor, and a student success contract to bring awareness to the student and their family that the pathway has obstacles that must be mitigated. Step 3 is the personalized success plan, creating a one-page plan, credit check for each student that includes the specific credits that they need to graduate, quarterly credit recovery goals, and required state testing requirements, as well as daily and weekly check-ins. It is flexibility options that have support provided. And finally, implementing daily support structure monitoring, that's attendance contracts and Grad Academy placement. Review of daily and weekly progress and a progress check with the mentor, as well as required credit recovery work time. Step 5 is that credit recovery and grade improvement to establish the required GPA and 8th period credit recovery options. Online course access for flexible completion, and we have coupled this with access to the programs that otherwise exist on our brick and mortar campuses, thereby giving those Graduation Academy students access to all of the great things accessible to their grade level peers. Monthly progress review meetings also include the counselor, student, and the parent, so that the student and the parent understand that pathway to the diploma, to create that sense of urgency to complete the diploma within the 4-year period. Step 7 is the college and career connection, linking the coursework to their career interests and connecting them potentially through our CTE programs and with local businesses for job shadowing. Exploring vocational job certifications and potential college visits if that's the goal. And then finally, quarterly evaluation and adjustment to flex as the students' needs continue to change. These are our most at-risk, high-need students at the high school level that require the most flexibility in our remediation plans. You have to love the picture that you see before you, because that's where it all comes together. This picture tells you a story. A student that's wearing that cap, indicative of their graduation. Welding, indicative of their industry cert that they've earned through Career Tech. The technical training and in connection to the employer, and that happens to be military uniform as well, ready to serve following high school, potentially in the armed forces of our great nation. This represents one of the many post-graduation pathways combining education with the skilled trades. The visual emphasizes how vocational and technical training can lead to immediate career opportunities while continuing education. and not to be outdone are our dual enrollment students. We are so proud of the success that we have had in cooperation with Daytona State and the graduates that you see there. Our students are achieving remarkable milestones beyond high school completion. They're earning college credentials alongside of their high school diplomas. Associate's degrees with high honor rates, over 80 of them. Each year having one student not only graduate with a diploma, but also their bachelor degree while in high school. The 2023 student who graduated with their bachelor's degree was a Deltona High School graduate last year, as well as growing vocational certifications from 2 to 8, as well as a combination of academic and technical achievements. This demonstrates how our students maximize their high school years, leaving with both a diploma, college credentials, and giving them a significant head start over their peers same age. This is a further breakdown of our dual enrollment numbers. You can see the tremendous numbers. Fall semester, 1,500 students consistently enrolled, with nearly 25% of them representing each high school, saving families thousands of dollars in college costs. As well, students earning college credits and building that college GPA while still in high school. Additionally, the vocational track, fall semester shows the greatest enrollment in our vocational track, students gaining industry certs and a direct path to workforce readiness. These numbers represent accelerated academic progress, college readiness, college career preparation opportunities, and as we mentioned, that cost savings for families. Our students aren't just attending high school, they're actively pursuing advanced education and career training simultaneously.
I would like to echo, as a former principal, our job was to make sure that our kids had every opportunity to graduate, whether they were going into the workforce, whether they were going military, or within the traditional path of college and career, which leads me to our career and technical education, because as we know, not all kids want to go to college. They want to enter into the workforce. And so I want to illustrate that one of our strategic expansion and success of our district CTE programs is emphasizing the critical role in preparing our students for the workforce and higher education. By offering programs across 15 career clusters and integrating industry certifications, Volusia is ensuring that students gain both academic and technical skills relevant to in-demand careers. We have partnerships with institutions like Daytona State College and Emory-Riddle Aeronautical University through dual enrollment programs, not only to enhance access to advanced learning, but also create a seamless transition to post-secondary education. We have now built our CTE programs amongst our middle to high school pathways, which reflects Dr. Balgham's commitment to providing students with early exposure to career options and equipping them with the tools needed for success upon graduation. Our work-based learning initiatives such as internships, job shadowing, and pre-apprenticeships bridge the gap between education and employment, so our kids are able to get out into the real world early before even graduating, allowing them to gain that real world experience while still in school. Additionally, the extensive community partnerships reflect a collaborative effort between the district and local businesses to build a talent pipeline that benefits both students and our local economy. Overall, our commitment to CTE is fostering a future-ready workforce while aligning with regional economic needs, creating opportunities for our students to thrive in high-skill, high-wage, and high-demand careers. Continuing that strategic growth ensures the expansion which we have aligned to our district goals, community needs, and workforce demands. Our CTE has grown tremendously here in Volusia County. Programs of courses, our programs we have increased from 48 to 56. Our honors courses from 74 to 100. Our career academies from 19 to 37, and our career pathways from 23 to 64. Our industry certifications, our offerings have increased from 32 to 120, and students testing doubled from 4,784 to 10,476. This shows a dramatic expansion in both opportunities and student participation since 2021. This also allows for our resources to be allocated effectively, avoids oversaturation or duplication of programs, and ensures high-quality outcomes for our students. By growing, we can maximize impact, build sustainable programs, and provide students with relevant, meaningful opportunities that lead to success in high school and high-demand careers. So once again, if we look at our CTE program integration and why industry certification matters, it's because, one, we've aligned it to our district goals. We're looking at our community needs as well as meeting the demands of our workforce. So this allows us, one, to, as stated before, look at our allocation and making sure that we're not duplicating programs so that we can ensure high-quality outcomes from our students. So some key benefits to this: our industry recognition of competency. This accelerates career entry and advancement. We match employer needs and expectations, and we lead to higher wage opportunities. So once again, we can maximize impact, build sustainable programs, and provide students with relevant, meaningful opportunities that lead to high success in careers. When we're looking at our college level experience and opportunities, as we stated earlier, they have to take certain tests, and those industry certification tests, as well as our accelerated tests. So our AP performance, we have increased over 1,500 tests passed annually. This shows mastery of college-level content. Our international programs, our ACE, has dramatically grown from 140 to 2,045 passed exams. Our IB showing growth with over 1,000 exams being passed. Our dual enrollment success, between 6,000 and 8,000 courses passed annually, which is a significant college credits earned while in high school. Industry certification has more than doubled from 1,326 to 2,775. This shows a growing career readiness, and these numbers demonstrate our commitment to challenging students academically. So this is important because while we are preparing our students for college and careers, students aren't just participating, but they are excelling at our advanced courses here in Volusia. And then the last, for me, military pathway. As we know, we do have some students that aspire to go into our military services. So in order to, the requirements to go into the military, they must have a standard diploma, not a COC, which is the certificate of completion. They must have a standard diploma. They must have taken the ASVAB testing, measuring the academic skills. A physical examination is required, and a minimum AFQT score by branch. For Army, it's 31. For Navy, it's 35, and for Air Force, it is 36. So a strong academic performance opened doors to even our specialized military roles. Early preparation through rigorous coursework helps achieve those required scores.
All right. This slide, we're going to go over our historical graduation rate. As you guys can see, Volusia is the blue, 2018, 2019 of where we started to 23, 24 of where we are trending. We are trending in the right direction. I will say, when you're looking at that 2018, 2019, that 84% there, think of all of those kids of that certificate of completion, or those kids that got a GED. That probably don't have a high school diploma. So when you're looking at that trajectory, think about the students that are walking across the stage with a true high school diploma and meeting what they need to meet by the Florida state statutes to receive a high school diploma. So it's a great thing for graduation for Volusia County Schools. We've risen to 93.7%, up 2.1% from our previous year. Of the 67 school districts across the state, we ranked in the top 10 for graduation rate. For the second consecutive year, our district has seen an increase in graduation rates. 9 of our 10 traditional high schools showed improvement. Deltona High School reached a perfect graduation rate of 100%. Pine Ridge High School had its largest one-year increase at a 4.4%. Volusia graduation rate has shown steadily increasing trends, rising from 84.5 to a 93.7, as you can see. Consistency, year-over-year improvement. Volusia graduation rate suggests these students are being empowered to maximize the potential and the achievement that each one of them have. While the statewide Florida rates provide helpful context, the key story here is the significant progress Volusia students have made, demonstrating that success looks different in every individual student. The data highlights Volusia's commitment to supporting all students, not just any student, but all students, and helping them overcome challenges to reach the graduation goal at all cost. This looks at our Central Florida Coalition. As you can see here, Volusia County School ranks second among the districts within the Central Florida Coalition with our graduation rates. These numbers just aren't numbers. They represent our students from our backgrounds with real dreams and real aspirations. As a former principal, I know the complexity and the work that goes into supporting students day in and day out. Multiple pathways, multiple graduations that students need and to have the support. People may question the work, but until you actually walk what we do day by day in our shoes as a high school principal, a high school teacher, a high school office staff, you'll never truly fully understand, because it truly takes a team or a village to do what we do. Volusia's steady rate has climbed, outpacing the state, shows an unwavering commitment to empowering students' lives and giving everybody an opportunity to succeed. Metrics matter, of course they do, but a reflection of the meaningful work for our staff and the students that they put in daily, that matters as well. These results speak from the heart of the work that our staff does daily and the schools that they put in for 180 days that we ask them to do that. Here's our VCS data dashboard that our REA department develops. This is how we progress, monitor, and track our students. So on the left, you will see our data dashboard. This is our Project 10 that I was showing you guys. This will let you guys see kind of where we're at with our graduation. If we were to graduate right now with our dark green would mean we'd have 311 students graduate today at this certain school. Light green, we would have 51. That means they're either low in credits, they're under a GPA, or they need one testing. If they're yellow, that means they need 2 components of graduation still. So what graduation teams are doing is coming up with individualized plans for those 51 students, those 15 students, those 4 students, and that one student. Every one of those kids, I promise you, has an individualized plan on every one of those campuses. And I'll show you with that. Right here is something new, and this is the individual student. This is actually the baseball card here, so where you can pull up on your phone, you can pull it up on your laptop, but this will show any school counselor, any high school principal, actually what the student needs, if they met their graduation requirement, if it was through the ELA, if it was through their algebra test, it shows their GPA, and then also it shows if they met their concordance score for graduation, and it tells you what test and when they took it. So when I say we have one of the best REA departments in the game, we truly do. I mean, they give you any and everything. If I call them and say, I want this and I want our principals to be able to see this so they can monitor and track, let me get back to you. And within an hour, it's built with a program, and is this what you wanted? Same thing. I mean, they're absolutely amazing. When I say they put everything on a plate with what, you just have to look at it and you have to analyze it, and that's how you know your students. Because if you put in the time to do that, you're gonna know your students and you're gonna see success and you're gonna see results. So just to kind of touch that piece of it, that's the data empowers our educators to closely monitor our students. So just so everybody understands that piece of it. Next, this is what we developed at Deltona High School. It's the playbook to senior success. Love this, very proud of it. Once I got into this role, I worked with the school counselors, and then we got into the school counseling playbook, because you got to have a blueprint. You got to know where to start, and you got to know what to do. So what we started to do here when my first year as being a principal is we mapped out month by month what we do, how we do it, and why. And then once that month was over, we would go back and we would reflect on it. What worked, what didn't work, what do we got to change, and what do we got to add? We kept a running tally of that my first year as principal. My first year as principal was COVID, by the way, so that wasn't that fun. So, you know, we had a lot of tweaking to do that second year. But once we got it down, we knew what we had to do. So we keep this playbook, and it's an ongoing, it's a live document. Not every year is the same. You add new things into it, like the CLT testing was added last year. That was never an option, but it's a game changer for a lot of schools right now. So it's the blueprint of our strategic, intentional, and systematic executed plan to ensure seniors graduate in 4 years or less. It outlines the non-negotiables that I always had as a principal. It gives my month-by-month actions of my expectations of my graduation teams, of my APs, of my school counselors, my expectations of when they meet with those seniors or those juniors, because we're not just meeting with seniors, we're meeting with every cohort, and I would want to know the expectations of where we're at and what was going done. And then also the data curriculum and data AP and curriculum AP, they would be the ones that would spearhead a lot of this because they oversee that duty and responsibility. It was key to our success. It was empowering us to holistically support students toward their goals for graduation. It leveraged our resources. It did with students so they can navigate their high school experience, and we put them in positions to have a positive post-secondary outcome for most of our students. As I said, the school counseling playbook, it was developed to individualize plans for our students and their cohorts, so we didn't want any student to fall between the cracks. So coming from a school-based level principal and then coming into this side of the house, I knew the importance of we got to have systems in place because we've never had it before, so we wanted to make sure that our counselors knew the importance of having a playbook and a blueprint. And this ensures that students, when they enter their 9th grade year, their counselors are knowing what to look for each month, what they should be doing, how they should be targeting their kid, when they're doing their credit reviews, when they're meeting with their students and doing their one-touches. So it's all of that stuff of really making sure we're not having kids fall through the cracks, and if we do, we're going to catch them early instead of their senior year. So we're putting things in place to be more systematic. Next, like I said, this is our highlights that we've kind of done that we're very proud of in Volusia County Schools. We've shown you more than just numbers and trends. We've shown you what transformation of lives look like. I truly believe so. Our graduation rate has soared from 71 to a 93.7 in just 6 years, and I think that represents thousands of additional students whose futures were forever changed. Every percentage point is a story of perseverance, dreams realized, and families celebrating some possibly their first high school graduate. Our commitment to excellence isn't just exceeding state averages or hitting performance metrics. We're just not graduating students, as some people would like to say. We're launching careers, we're igniting passion, and we're building workforces for tomorrow. This isn't Volusia County Schools doing well. This is Volusia County Schools doing what's right, following the Florida State statute for all students. Social media is always filled with all kinds of opinions about filled with various opinions about public education. One truth stands undeniable. The extraordinary work that our students and staff in Volusia County Public Schools should be respect. While we welcome thoughtful discussion about our approaches, we will never accept disrespect towards our students, our staff, and the dedicated work that our educators do each and every day. Our district has a vital mission, and we will continue that mission day in and day out. Each day we shape the future and transform our young lives, and the legacy deserves nothing less than your complete respect. So thank you for being with us, and we will be glad to answer any questions that you all may have.
Thank you, team.
All right, we will start with Mr. Cologne.
Wow, that was tiring. It's a lot of hard work. First of all, I want to commend you, our district, thank our superintendent, because I remember campaigning when it was 71%. And you said something at the end that really stuck with me, is it's more than a number, these are lives. And Dr. Tehran can probably correct me, but we have about 4,000 or so graduates a year, something around that number. And so if you think about 71%, that means that 1,200 students in going back, I think it goes back to 16, 17, did not walk across our stage with a diploma. Now, the stage is actually, if I'm correct, July 31st, so it's not just the May graduation stage, it goes all the way up to July 31st. So if they're able to accomplish that, then they're considered a graduate in that time frame. You mentioned a lot about opportunities, and it was just one after the other, after the other, after the other. And I remember getting here, and our students who were required to pass their FSAs, FSAs given twice a year? Was given twice a year, thereabouts? 3 times a year?
Well, in May.
Once.
In May.
Even worse. It was once a year. And so our students, while there were concordant scores and the ability to take all kinds of different ways, paths to reach those requirements, they were taking their FSAs, their end of course exams, How many times is end of course was that offered traditionally?
For retakes,
Originally.
it was September. It's normally September, December, and then May.
So that was 3 opportunities there, and that was pretty much it. And so if the student didn't meet that, and so what we realized was there was lots of other ways for students to meet these concordant scores, but we weren't giving them those opportunities. It was a time when students could take the SAT, and their families had to pay for it, and they had to go on Saturday and take it. And so we brought it into the schools. We pay for it. Because again, we want to give those students not only the opportunity, but also SAT opens your world into the College Board and just lots of resources that they have there as well. This is intentional work, and I've seen it over the many, many years where I could probably look over at Mr. Doster, and I'm not going to do this right now, but I could look over there and say, how many students do you have that are in that 3rd tier that are in trouble? He could probably name them all. And having been a slightly challenged student in high school, I can tell you nobody ever said anything to me about, hey, where are you? Where are you going? How are you going to get there? It just wasn't there. And while I realized that, a lot of folks heard a lot of assessments mentioned there, the reality is to that student who's trying to walk across that stage, yes, they have to take as many chances as they can, because otherwise they're going to graduate with that certificate of attendance. And so the work that we're doing here in Volusia County, the intentionality, the investment, because it's not cheap. We pay for these SATs, in-school ACT, non-college ACT, PERT. Gosh, if we could give PERT again, whew. I mean, there's just, and we added the classical test, which was recently approved by the Florida Department of Education. Again, just one more path. And so it's a nonstop path to continue to provide opportunities to our students. You talked about dual enrollment and having 2 kids who have taken advantage of dual enrollment. Very proud of my 2 kids and every other student who does it. But it's figuring out dual enrollment costs us money. Dual enrollment, we don't make money on dual enrollment. We lose money on dual enrollment. But one thing I'm proud of our superintendent is she realizes that that is good for children. That the only way our children are going to get out of poverty in our communities is through education. The other side of that, because everybody likes to praise the IB, the ACE, and all that, the other side of that, which wasn't mentioned, is our partnership with Richard Milburn. And Richard Milburn's graduation rate was
82.2.
82.2. So you have a school that takes in these students. Not every situation is a failing one. Some go there by choice, some go there by circumstance, some go there because they like it there. It's a smaller environment. There's lots of different things that go on and different paths that they can take their students to reach that success. Many of which are at risk. And so to hear that our graduation rate in 2016-17, and I can probably go back and look at the numbers so I don't get it wrong. So 16-17 was 76%. That's all of Volusia County, all students. And to hear that Richard Milburn's at 82, that's pretty huge. That's huge. But what happens in that conversation? And I know that some folks listening say, well, that's the elephant in the room. Well, guess what? At some point we realize we're not the best choice for that student. The same way we do for the dual enrollment students. And we realize we lose money on dual enrollment. It's not a winning proposition. School districts don't encourage dual enrollment the way that we do. They don't, because you lose money. But we know that it's good for students. And all of these individual strategies have helped us to say, you know what, based on your current path, maybe we're not the best for you. You'll do better there because they have different resources, different tools, different rules. and it is what it is. And so our students, when that student goes to Richard Milburn, the graduation, the federal graduation is based on the cohort. So if they are able to graduate before July 31st or meet those requirements, they also are counted in our cohort because they're part of that graduation cohort. Trust me, it took me a long time to understand this all and how it worked. And so the partnership with them has been huge, so much so that I have a Richard Milburn on Deltona Boulevard, which is probably 12 miles, 8, 10 miles away from Pine Ridge. Those students, even if they wanted to, can't get there every day. So what did we do? We went into an interfacility and we said, hey, we can give you a classroom because you know what? We want to give that opportunity to that student to be successful. And we realized they're not going to be able to get from Pine Ridge to there or from New Smyrna to there. And so we want to give those opportunities for these students. And so through a facility agreement, we've been able to do that as well. Again, that's good for kids. And so I want to commend, I want to thank, it's, the irony that the two folks that are sitting here and the two folks that were sitting there, and Mr. Doster is still here, I'm sure, Principal Goodrich, listen to me, Principal Dr. Lapp now, I saw the name up there. It's ironic that the two folks sitting here and the folks back there have carried that mantle, which has been systematic, and I've been really big about systems. I get it, we do it well at one school. Well, what worked there and how can that work over here? How can we create that hunger so we're not only looking at our top students, the top students who are going to be successful are going to be successful no matter what. It's how do we look at that one student, and I noticed that on that app. There's one student at that school who's just, chances are. And so if we could focus on that one student, maybe we could make that zero. And so, again, I want to commend you. The other thing that I'm almost done. The other thing that stuck out to me really, really interestingly was that app. And I say that because when that staff member is with that student, it may be by the PE field, it may be by the cafeteria, and that student has a question, they can go, this is what you're missing. This is what you need. Who's ever heard of that? I wasn't when I was in school. I don't think I ever even got called to the counselor's office to say. I was probably at the principal's office. And so, again, I want to commend you. This is not cookie cutter work. This is specific. This is intentional. This is the work that our students deserve. And I am very, very proud. Because right now, as I remember it was, as Dr. Balgobin alluded to it, I always remembered, if we graduate 1,000 students and our graduation rate is somewhere around 76%, that's almost 1,000 students that did not walk across that stage. It was slightly lower in my community. And so to say now that at the end of the day in my community, only about between 20 and 25 students were not able to meet that requirement by July 31st. Or in our district, so you take 7, so I don't know how many that adds up to. I'm not even going to try. Okay? How many?
Less than 20, about 19, 18.
19, 20 students. That's per 1,000. That's huge. And so we are changing lives. And so thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, because I know it's tireless work. I get the robocalls. They're not robocalls. I hear the intentionality. I hear we have a biology camp. We have this. I get all the calls. And ironically, all the calls I get say, your student has been identified as one who has not, please, we have a boot camp this weekend. Your student, it's very specific, and that's part of that playbook. It's very specific. And those efforts are what has gotten our students across the stage and across the finish line. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Mrs. Thompson?
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Cologne, for mentioning the summer cohorts, because I was going to mention that, because that is something, I know we see the graduations here, but I know everyone else doesn't. I just had one thing to bring up, and you might not have the answer, you might, Mr. Reeser, when we were talking about the ACE programs, and I love that 9 out of 10 schools have the IB or the ACE, and they have that opportunity. What about our students at Taylor High School? Do they have an opportunity to participate in either of those, or is that something that's coming? And it could be, I know there's not as many students out there, but they're also further away than anybody else to things like dual enrollment. So on campus, I know they do have, the ability to go online, but is there anything to that?
I would definitely add that the success that's been experienced through the other schools has been a foundation for that to be a very worthwhile consideration. There is a demand. Our Taylor Wildcats are thriving under the leadership of Principal Pierce. They do deserve those equal accelerated opportunities. We just added this program, I believe, last year to mainland. In Atlantic. So it has been incrementally added, and if you followed the statistics of enrollment and passage, it is profound. And the beauty of the Cambridge program is the flexibility that would be very fitting in a smaller community such as the Taylor Wildcat Nation, where it would be potentially a worthwhile endeavor. That is certainly something that is being evaluated for further implementation.
All right, thank you so much for answering that for me. That's all.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Thank you so much. This was fantastic. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so this was fantastic. I've asked you about this information quite a few times, and so and you were able to share this information directly with me, but I'm really glad to see the presentation for the public. I know that there were many years that Volusia County wasn't a high-performing district, and we're on an incredible trajectory right now, and I love to see the momentum going, so thank you. If I can, I'd love to drag you guys along to some of the community events I go to so we can get all of this information out to the community so they understand better how it works and how our kids are graduating and the different options that are being presented to them through Volusia schools. So if that's an option, I will drag you along as many times as I can. Mr. Cologne brought up Richard Milburn, and that's been brought to my attention quite a few times. So would you be willing to touch on that for just a moment or two and explain what that pathway looks like if a child is struggling and how they end up at a school like Richard Milburn and how that works so that the public has a better understanding of that?
Yes. So Richard Milburn, it's a great question, and Mr. Cologne hit on it as well. When you're talking Richard Milburn, you're talking certificate of completion. Let's look at that. That's the first one. You have kids that walk out of your school with their certificate of attendance, pretty much. That's all they have. As a high school principal, and I was a data AP for 4 years prior in charge of graduation, it was very disheartening to see 30 to 40 to 50 to 60 to 70 kids get that certificate of attendance. There has to be different ways. How do we think outside the box? How do we help these kids and support these kids? And we have to identify things that are happening earlier for these kids. So it's trying to identify those kids with what do they need. And we were able to do that with working with our partnership with Richard Milburn. And doing that, those kids that don't get or that receive a certificate of completion, they're able to come back for retake testing the following school year and the following school year up until 21. But those kids do not do that. I tell you that. So those kids are pretty much, they're done after that piece of it. So when we're looking at Richard Milburn, we're identifying kids that could be behind. It could not be working. School's very big. There's many different options for students because high school's a huge setting. There's a lot of distractions. The Graduation Academy is a perfect example. That's why we have that on our school setting now. Those kids, it's too many distractions with 1,800 to 3,000 kids on campus. So we identify those kids. We put them in a smaller setting. They're working remote. They're working online. As Mr. Cologne said about why we have the partnership with them on some of our campuses, it's because those are still our kids. As principals, those are our kids. I'm not giving up on my kid. I'm doing what's right for that kid because I'm going to provide him another opportunity that it's not working well for him on my campus. And like I explained to the parents, we're going to do everything we can to get him a high school or her a high school diploma. So that's why the partnership has started and has been brought onto our campuses with Richard Milburn. So we're able to still have eyes on them. We're a fresh set of face. They know us. They can come see us. They do everything and everything with us. Like we check in on them. They ride our buses. They do all that kinds of stuff. So it's one of those things that you truly have to understand. We're just not. A kid goes to Richard Milburn. A principal's not saying you're out of here. That's not the case. That's still our kid. That's why the kid is on our campus. We want that as principals. We want the ownership. We're not giving up on kids. We're just providing a kid another opportunity and an avenue to earn a high school diploma that was not working for us at our school site. Yep.
I'd like to thank Ms. Goodrich for the question, and I just want to make sure that the conversation includes the focus on those personalized relationships with these students that begin in ninth grade. And as warning signs begin to show over the years that 4-year clock is about to tick out and there's not a diploma in the foreseeable future, those very personalized relationships between the school administration, the support staff, and the teachers with that individual student come to very personalized and at times very challenging conversations. We sometimes talk about those as family conversations, and we lead, I like to say, with a school-appropriate love, a power of love, where on a very individualized basis, we identify and exhaust every viable option to get to that final diploma within the 4 years. And at times, that is the most flexible option at the end of that pathway when other viable pathways do not appear for that student. And the alternative is non-graduation at that point. So I wanted to just add that relationship context. Thank you, Ms. Goodrich.
Yeah, no, thank you all. Thank you for your attention to detail and your energy that you put into this and everything you do. I've seen it firsthand, and just continue doing what you're doing because we're headed in the right direction.
Thank you.
Dr. Balgobin.
Yeah, going back to Richard Milburn, I'm going to add this also. Having an alternative setting such as we do here in Volusia County is not exclusive to Volusia County Public Schools. It's in every district. And one of the important distinctions to make regarding students that might be candidates for a Richard Milburn is that they're significantly behind their credits. And it could be for many reasons. Many reasons. Every child has a story. We all know that. But also an observation, when you're enrolled into a curriculum like the Richard Milburn curriculum, then the student can focus exclusively on those content area classes. They really don't have to, like they would in our public setting, have to enroll into all of the electives and the other requirements. So students that are significantly behind with credit, that they pose a threat in not graduating, they can enroll under the umbrella of Richard Milburn, which the expectations, state expectations are different, and they can focus exclusively on those content area classes. And again, I'm going to say this, that every district has an alternative, such as whatever they call it. Right here we call them Richard Milburn, but whatever it is, exclusively for that group of students. So that's an important distinction to make. But I like to we were talking about opportunities for students, and as you know, we have committed to saying, when we started the CTE bus tours, we talked to our partners in education and we said, guys, we want to be able to secure some paid internship opportunities for our students. And I'm going to share with you that about a week ago, I believe, we received confirmation that so far we have 100 paid internship opportunities for our students. And I would like to thank the Daytona Tortugas for those 100 internship opportunities that are paid for our students. We are establishing a goal of 500, so we have four more hundred to go. So we're going to be meeting with some more business partners, and hopefully we can have 500 paid internship opportunities for our students this summer. So, and again, I want to thank the team because it's true dedication. It's a true commitment in saying that no child will be left behind. That's what it's about. And understanding that every child has a story, and every parent wants to be able to see that their child has an opportunity to truly succeed. That's when they choose Volusia County. That's our commitment to them. And I want to take
thank my team, because this is a team here that even though we are a large district, we're considered a large district in the state of Florida, they have taken a very small district approach and systemized that across a large district as ours to say that every child, we will do our very best to ensure that they achieve success. And that's what public education is all about. So thank you, team.
So I'm last, as always. I want to say thank you. And I'm glad to hear about the graduation academies, which are formerly like our e-learning labs, because there was even a time period where we had the storefront. We had storefront east and storefront west, which was another, and I know a lot of you may not have been here at that time, but it was another alternative. But I think tonight we also should complement some of our other partners that take some of our students that for whatever reason don't fit in to like a normal high school setting, such as our Child's Academy. You know, the mission that they have, because years ago we used to have programs on our on not all of our high school campuses, but several of them for young ladies when they got pregnant. And we removed most of those programs, and so that's how the Child's Academy came to be. But they are taking those young ladies and they are helping them to not only as they become mothers, you know, learning how to nurture their child and take care of their child, but they're also doing their academic part. And if you've never attended one of their graduations, it's a wonderful celebration, and especially if they tell their story, to hear what they went through and how they were supported in order to earn that high school diploma. Another one is our PACE Center for Girls. That's another one that, for whatever reason, everybody doesn't fit into the same mold. And I would encourage you also to be supportive of that. And then probably the one that brings tears to my eyes every year is Halifax Hospital. Halifax Hospital holds Project Search at all 3 of their locations. So each year, they take students that have finished the ESE curriculum here in Volusia County Schools, and they take a specific number at each of the sites, and they take them into the hospital settings, and they give them experiences to work in 3 different areas in the hospital. And basically, they help them with their goal setting. And, you know, it's a true partnership between Volusia County Schools and Halifax Health, because it's our educators that are there and overseeing those programs. And there's nothing better than to attend that graduation and you hear a student say, my goal was that I could finish this and get a job at Panera, and I already got a job and I've had 2 paychecks. Or you hear from a parent who said, I wasn't sure my child would ever get a job, and they're now working in the School Week Cafe at one of our elementary schools. And so there are a lot of different ways, and ultimately our goal is for students to graduate. The certificate of completion, which used to be called the certificate of attendance, it doesn't get them anything. It doesn't get them into the military. And what's hard for me is I've watched the pendulum. You know, I taught at the high school level. I taught out at Pine Ridge as we were giving the high school competency exam. That's what they had to pass. And we switched over to FCAT, you know, with the first state coming down when they were going to give us report card grades and everything. I'll never forget a young man. He actually already had a daughter, and he was sitting in my math classes. Every week I held 2 learning labs on Tuesdays and Thursdays after school. He came to every single one of those because he was down to 4 months left and his time was up. And he said, I promised my mom I'd earn a high school diploma. And see, that's the stories we need to be sharing and telling, because every student has a story. Some of them, the path to get there has been much easier. Others hasn't. You know, I'll never forget the young man who was homeless and raising himself and was set on getting a high school diploma. And we need to do everything possible. So I thank each and every one of you. It's so much easier at times for people to criticize than to praise. But the thing of it is, if they just walked in the shoes of a teacher for the day, in the shoes of an assistant principal or a principal or anyone on a campus, and they got to know these kids they would find out that the reason why we're here is to help them graduate so they can be productive citizens. We want them to graduate and find a path. We want them to be able to work. We want them to go into the military. We want them to go on to college, or a university. But if they walk across with a certificate of completion, all those doors have now shut for them. So we've come a long way from where we were in Volusia County, and I do appreciate everyone because it takes every individual on a campus, and it also takes parent support, and sometimes we don't necessarily have that. And so I thank you for tonight. The one thing that I would like a little bit more information about at some point is about the merit designation piece versus the industry scholar designation piece, because I know that's kind of, we're like switching. And the one final thing I want to say tonight, because I'm surprised by the number of people, but then I realize if you're not in a school setting, you don't understand it. These end of course exams, I think people think they're in that class, they're in the geometry class, or they're in the biology class, or they're in the algebra class, and this is just the final test of the year in that class. But that's not what it is. It's a standalone test that's been designed by the state. So you can sit in, kids can take pre-algebra, they can take algebra 1A and algebra 1B, or take straight algebra 1, and they can take it all year. They can take every quiz, every test during that course. They can do all of the homework. They can participate in class. They can have an A even, or a B in that class. And they get to the end of the year and they go into a separate setting and they are handed a test that it's pass it or you don't graduate. And I can tell you this, none of us ever, I took all those courses and I passed them, but there was never this separate test that was like, this test makes the difference on whether or not you get a high school diploma. And that is a lot of stress. And that's why sometimes I worry about some of our kids that start Algebra 1 really early in middle school, because the further they get away from those skills, if they didn't pass it that 7th grade year or the 8th grade year, it becomes harder. And I know all the boot camps help. I know we do summer Algebra 1, EOC, prep, where the teachers work on, the teachers drill down to the specific parts of the algebra test that they have not passed. And so I do appreciate all of that, but I think the community needs to understand, if you take biology in 10th grade and you don't pass the biology, it's not going to keep you from getting your diploma. But if you want to get a higher distinction, you're going to have to pass it. Well, by the time you take it in 12th grade and you've taken other science classes, lots of times you don't have right at your fingertips all of that information. You have to go back and study, and it makes it harder for them. And so that is why I have advocated all along at the legislative level that we have other options. I'm thankful for the ACT, the SAT. I'm now thankful for the classical test being added when they took the PERT test away, which I still would like to. What I said to a few of them is, I'd like you to go take the PERT math test and see if you can get into dual enrollment at the college level. When someone said, I think that test is too easy. Well, really, would you like to take it? And let's see if you can pass it. And so I do appreciate the other alternative paths. And what I would say, don't ever let us lose those paths. So as you have an opportunity to speak to legislators, you have to find that story to share with them about the student that walks across but does not get a diploma. Those are the stories they need to hear. And I was very thankful 2 years ago, our principals had a lot of our students write those letters to them, sharing their story of everything that they had done and how one test was holding them back from a high school diploma. But thank you for everything. Mr. Cologne has something else to say.
And one more thing, and we can close with this. Right now, only 7 states have testing that is high stakes that can keep someone from graduating. 7. Florida being one of them, and that's our reality. We live in Florida. And so the diploma of someone who is in the other 47, 43 states is absolutely acceptable in Florida, yet our students have it a little bit harder than everybody else. It was in the mid-20s in the early 2000s. It was 27, actually. But that has dwindled down. So Florida, Louisiana, Ohio, New Jersey, New York, Texas, and Virginia are the only states that have high-stakes testing as a requirement for graduation. That was it. Thanks.
Ms. Brosmer?
Just a quick question. How long have we been doing that testing?
Which test?
How long has the state been doing the end of course testing?
Trying to think.
When did Pearson come into
Yeah,
town?
they just
No.
keep changing the name.
They-
It was, yeah, HSCT, FCAT, and
Then
then,
we went to FAST. But the Algebra 1, I think, came into play.
So it was part of the original education rewrite that was done 20 years ago?
yeah.
No,
it's the-
not,
No
it's
child,
not.
Is that right?
No child left
Essentially?
behind, I believe, yeah.
Well, no, but Florida doing the Algebra 1 EOC as a standalone, I could be wrong.
HSCT had, so I graduated in 95,
I had to do the HSCT.
and HSCT was required, or you got a certificate of,
Yeah.
so I don't know.
But the high school competency test was just a testing everything, okay?
Right.
Similar to the California Achievement Test and the Iowa Achievement Test and the Metropolitan, which are tests over the years, like all states have given. But I want to say it was around the time my children were finishing high school or getting ready to graduate. And that was, one graduated in 2010 and one graduated in 2011, that we came in with the Algebra 1 EOC. So you could, because I taught Algebra 1 and 1A and 1B, and my students didn't take it when I taught at Pine Ridge. I had a group taking HSCT and a group taking FCAT. There was no Algebra 1 standalone test, but the Algebra 1 standalone was the first one. Then they developed geometry, and then they developed biology. And at first, what they were telling us, as they developed each one was going to become a graduation requirement. So I am thankful that the only one that stands right now is the Algebra 1 EOC, and instead they flipped the others over to be, you could earn a merit designation if you passed them.
Okay, thank you.
In its early 1980s, was required for students to demonstrate basic skills in reading and passing
there
the
was-
HSCT.
Well, yeah, but that's not the Algebra 1 EOC.
No, but
Algebra 1 is 2011 and 2012.
See, I
There
knew
you go.
it was-
So roughly 15 years of doing it.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anything else? Okay, we're going to take a short break, and we will be back in here at 7:20 PM to do public input. Thank you. Welcome back. If everyone can find a seat, please. It is 7:24. We are now moving on to item 16.01, public participation. Just as a reminder, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can see the clock from the podium. Please, those of you in the audience, there is no making sounds while people are speaking. You can use jazz hands if you agree. You can put a thumbs down if you disagree. But we are going to respect each speaker. So I do have one question. As going through the cards, Matt, I have two for you. Are you speaking twice? Okay. What? I have on both of, wait a minute. Okay, I see it now. All right, thank you. All right, then we're going to start with, I will state the name for the first person and the second person. The first person will come up, the second person will be ready. So the first person tonight is Chris Weinrich, followed by Robert, is it? Bryce. Okay, so welcome, Chris.
Thank you and good evening. I'm reading this on behalf of my wife, Karen Weinrich, who cannot attend tonight's meeting because she is teaching a VIEW professional development class that covers yet another mandate from the state. This one that says that all teachers with reading and elementary education must have 40 hours of reading and 20 hours of ESE points in order to certify, and our union has developed a class that actually covers both of the requirements for this one course. Therefore, she's asked me to read this on her behalf to share the truth about testing. Karen says, quote, "Once again, I need to express my frustration with the amount of testing in our elementary students are required to do. The state has mandated the FAST test given 3 times a year in both ELA and math, which can make up to a full day. I know we can't control this test, and I think most of us would agree that a test that could possibly take an 11-year-old all day is ridiculous. And we all need to continue to lobby the state to make changes to that test. What we can control is to change or eliminate the VBA tests that our students are required by Volusia County to take. If you as school board members haven't seen these tests, I strongly suggest that you ask to see them. When you do, begin by noting the sheer length of them. You will find that, at least for 4th grade, the students have to read numerous lengthy passages and answer over 30 questions on the ELA test. The math test has a similar length. As I told you last month, these tests are longer than they were last year. Again, students get unlimited time, so we lose 2 days of instruction on these VBA days. I ask you to picture yourself, your child, or your grandchild at age 9. Do they really think it is appropriate to give tests that are so long that even high schoolers would have a hard time sitting for them? How is all of this extra testing doing what's best for children? Spoiler alert, it's not. We all understand the need for good, relevant data. However, what the VBAs give us is redundant data. All of the information gleaned from the VBAs can be gotten from the FAST tests themselves by simply eliminating the standards that are not yet covered in class. Rather than making this simple adjustment, we are torturing our children with more days of testing rather than providing important and dynamic instruction. I urge you to work for the children's well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Bryce, followed by Matt Lawrence, speaking for himself.
Good evening. I come before you this evening to tell the truth about testing and that Volusia County schools are over-testing our students. There are currently 33 tests in middle school that are given during the school year, where sometimes the Volusia benchmark assessment is given either a few days before or a few days after a progress monitoring test. What I am wondering is, why are we even giving these VBAs and the PM testing so close together, or even giving the VBAs at all? They're also coming back from winter break. The PM2s were given directly the same exact week, which has caused some students to just give up and not take it because they know that in fact that only the third PM test counts. During the last makeup testing, 15 of these students were done within 5 minutes of even starting the test. This happens. We're not getting an accurate score. I, not only as a product of Volusia County School, but a retired disabled veteran of the United States Air Force, have not had to take as many assessments as these students are taking today, and how many days are being wasted in the classroom for these tests. Why don't we go back to the good old days of the Volusia way, where we taught for what to make these students be successful, not only in the classroom, but in their futures and lives as well. I know that the district was able to pick the dates for the PM testing, and the window is open for the entire month. So in the future, can we suggest that we don't have these PM tests immediately right after winter break, or have VBAs right before winter break? I thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Matt Lawrence, speaking on behalf of yourself, and then speaking on behalf of Pamela Melton. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Sorry I got to bend over. It's not made to my size. My name is Matt Lawrence. I have been teaching for 12 years across the country. So I started in Philly, taught in Arkansas, D.C., and now I've been in Volusia for 8 years. I currently work for Volusia United Educators, but I have been at a high school for the last 7 years, and I'm soon to be a parent. That's big news for some people. I don't think I told Dr. Costelli yet, but soon to be a parent. So I'm very excited about that student going to Reed Patillo, but I'm here to talk about testing. So last year as a high school teacher, and Mr. McAuliffe said it perfectly, we give our students lots of opportunities. The FSA, the ACT, the ACT-NCR, the SAT, the CLT, the FAST used to be the PERT, and then if they're in 11th grade and taking these makeup exams, they're also taking the VBAs, the DIAs for U.S. history. All of that to say, within those 3 windows, if a student continues to fail, they continue to take those tests. And so my question is this CastNet approach the best way? I had a student last year who missed 81 days of school, or of my class, because of testing, because he had me first period. And that is a lot of school, particularly when I left in April. So I wasn't even there the full 180 days. And so the question is, does this data support this CastNet approach of retesting everybody at the high school level? If I'm at a school where my pass rate is about 30%, I'm having to test about 300 juniors on that ELA or math exam. If 5 of them pass the retest, is that worth it? I don't know the answer to that question. I just want to know what's the data. What is the pass rate on these retakes? I like the fact that we have these boot camps and these different things that we do for the testing. And again, those are great ideas, but they take time, again, from class. That student who missed 81 days wasn't 81 days of testing. It was 81 days of boot camps or testing or test prep or something designed to get them to pass. Unfortunately, they did not, and they were moved to RMA in April. And they did graduate. They did walk, which is fantastic, but they were not successful on their retakes. And so as a student who missed 81 days of instruction to not be successful on those retakes. And that's what I'm asking, is there a way that we can look at targeted data from REA? REA is fantastic. They do have great data. I love data. There's a way we can look at targeted data to see who do we need to retest? Is it the whole CastNet approach, or is there a better way to do this? Thank you.
You are now going to speak on behalf of Pamela Melton, and Elizabeth Albert, you'll be after Matt.
All right, so this is a media specialist at an elementary school. This is just to reiterate what Robert Rice was saying. The main problem is having VBAs before the state testing. Students are so tired of tests that they do not want to take the state testing and don't do as well as they could if it was their only test. Also, the tests, all of them, are way too long and have too many passages for 8 to 11-year-old students. It's a lot. I'm sure we could get a score with 3 passages and more questions per passage. Finally, the extended time for all students is ridiculous. To be sitting in front of a computer from 8:30 to 2:30 with a lunch break is torturous. Give them a set time. And then it was included the testing that is at 5th grade level. So on December 2nd, they had 30 minutes of iReady for ELA, 30 minutes for math. On that Tuesday, 30 minutes of iReady for ELA, 30 minutes of math. Same on Wednesday, same on Thursday, same on Friday. At the end of that week, they still had 27% of students not completed, and so they had to finish the following week. The following week on the Tuesday, they had the science VBA, which was a 90-minute session with 40 questions. On the Thursday, they had the ELA VBA with a 90-minute session. Does not include the number of questions. The following Tuesday was the math VBA with a 90-minute session. Does not include the questions. Then we had break. After break, we came back. We had the fast ELA for 90 minutes, although it says most students took longer than this, 40 questions. And then the following Tuesday, the fast PM math, 80 minutes, which again, students taking longer than this, 35 questions. So in those 21 school days, students had to take 5 VBAs or PMs, spend 445 minutes testing. That's 7.5 hours, more than an entire day of school in those 21 days. It does not account for the weekly formatives or summatives that are also given in each subject as we're approaching the end of the grading period and needed to meet the district guidelines for grading. It also does not include transition time to the test or any time that the test goes beyond if you need to test beyond the time. And so that is a 5th grade class. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next up is Elizabeth Albert, followed by Susan Holbrook. Okay, I had the green card for you, and I only have one of these, and this one is for Miss, is it Grant? I don't have another one for you.
Okay.
So you're speaking on behalf of Miss Grant? Thank you.
You're welcome. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Balgobin, members of the audience. So let's talk some more about the truth about testing. Wednesday should not be a testing day. There is not enough time for the students who get unlimited time to test. Testing on Wednesday results in 1 hour less, and it is not fair. Separate class students take an extra long time to test because many of the students have to test one-to-one. A substitute typically comes into the class so the teacher can test the students. Students are missing instruction while the substitute is there. There are reasonable concerns about student growth scores that are a third of a teacher's summative evaluation score because they are judged on the progress of their students, yet time is taken away from instruction in order to test over multiple days. Additionally, here is how I sum it up to my team. The PM fast testing was split into 3 parts so that PM1 and PM2 would be indicators for PM3. Now, VCS has VBAs as an indicator for those PM1 and PM2 indicators. So make it make sense. We have VBAs as indicators for the PMs that were also intended as indicators. Oh, but that's not enough data. We also have to do iReady diagnostics as well. Never mind my weekly and unit tests that provide classroom data to boot. Please.
Next up is Miss Susan Holbrook, followed by Mr. William Sell. Welcome.
When the state realized they were giving too many one-and-done tests for secondary students, their response was to move to 3 progress monitoring tests. This was not exactly the less testing response we were hoping for, but then our district doubled down with even more progress testing in between to make sure our students would pass those tests so our districts would look good for funding. Then our school's response was to add boot camps to get kids ready for these tests so they would pass and we, the schools, would look good for bonus money. The result was a never-ending cycle of pullouts for test prep, pullouts for testing, pullouts to talk about testing, pullouts to talk about tutoring for testing, and then the result is that students are tired of the testing. Teachers are tired of the testing. When I came to protest the testing last year at the school board meeting, I was invited to a meeting to work on solutions. I've been to 2 meetings at the district office with other teachers who are concerned about the overtesting. Both meetings had Dr. Nazaro Valley and Dr. Tehran in attendance. The first meeting, we asked the district that the district testing be streamlined so it would fit into just one class period. So students can be tested by their ELA or math teacher without disruptions to the rest of the campus. Or at least a block class so that the school could do block schedules for just 2 days and get the tests over with. This seemed to have fallen on deaf ears when we went to the second meeting and the testing schedule was revealed. There were not fewer tests, they were not streamlined or shortened, nor was a block schedule proposed as part of the testing. In other words, no changes to the quantity of tests or the length, but assurance was given that the quality had improved. In fact, as of this year, they've added yet another test for juniors and seniors who did not pass their FSA ELA in 10th grade, and that would be the CLT that you've heard about this evening. Again, this year we've had to do the pullouts for the about importance of taking the tests for students, the importance of tutoring for these tests, and yes, more pullouts for the boot camp. What a waste of time, talent, and treasure. We do not need more last Hail Mary boot camps to try to get them to pass the test. The kids aren't failing because they don't know how to take the test. They're failing because they lack the skills for the test. We need to help them improve their skills using specialized programs that work within the classrooms to improve our students' mathematical abilities for their math exams, and specialized programs within our ELA classrooms to improve students' vocabulary and their reading and writing skills so they can pass the test demonstrating their skills. Please end the torturous wheel of over-testing and use that time, talent, and treasure for teaching and for teachers and to support our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Mr. William Sell, followed by Ms. Christine Cyrier.
Good evening, William Sell, City of DeBary. Thank you all for letting me speak tonight. I'm going to tell you a story that nobody has ever heard before, and then I'll get into why I'm here. So when I was going from 6th grade into 7th grade, I went to visit my counselor for the first time, and I was always a big bone boy. I had friends that wanted to be truck drivers, firefighters, police officers. And I looked at my counselor and he asked me, "What do you want to do for a living?" And I said, "I want to be a Chippendale." And he looked me straight in the eye with a straight face, and he said, "I think vocational education is your path." So I've worked with my hands my entire life because of vocational education, and I've never, ever been a day without a job. So I applaud you guys for just keep pushing that vocational education. We have a huge shortage on people that can work with their hands. The other reason I'm here tonight is you all own some property in DeBary. And I think if some of you have attended the DeBary City Council meeting, you know that we left a lot out there on the table. We all said things that we probably regret, or at least I hope we regret. I want to tell you that that property, we all at the City of DeBary want to make that work. We all at the City of DeBary want another school. We will bend over backwards to make it happen. We currently have an A-plus school. When I go around and speak about the City of DeBary, it's one of the first things I talk about is our A-plus school. Look, I don't have any kids, and if you know me just a little bit, you'd understand that it's a good thing that I never had offspring. But at the City of DeBary, we have about 23,000 residents, and I realized quickly that I do represent children. We have quite a few in the City of DeBary, and I want to see them go to a school in the City of DeBary as well. We are not anti-kids. We're not anti-school. You own a piece of property. Let's make it work. We are willing to make it work. I'm here with an olive branch tonight, which is stepping out of character for me. I want to see this happen. I need communication and I need transparency. You can't have a negotiation without those two things. We need those. Some of you have reached out to me and it is a breath of fresh air. Let's keep the momentum up. Let's make this happen. Don't be so hasty to get rid of that piece of land down there. And I will leave you with one question. If you couldn't build on that piece of land, why has somebody come to you offering to buy it? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Christine Cyrier, followed by Elizabeth Albert. Welcome.
Behalf of somebody.
Yes, you're reading on behalf of Laurel Robinson. Thank you.
In the interest of public transparency, I am reading an email sent to the school board on January 27th, 2025, on behalf of Sheila Zinkerman, Jane Breslin, and Laurel Robinson, co-founders of Citizens for Truth and Justice and Education, Volusia County. Madam Chair, school board members, Citizens for Truth and Justice and Education is writing to you all once again to stress the importance of amendments to policy number 320. We have previously submitted what we sincerely believe are non-judgmental improvements to the existing policy for your consideration. However, the purpose of this communication is to stress a fundamental omission from the existing and revised policy as a whole. The document is one-sided. Policy 320 needs to be fair. We recognize that a procedure must exist to challenge what may be an inappropriate reading material in our schools. Please note that your existing procedure has already done that successfully and swiftly in the past. However, just as important to the community as getting an inappropriate book removed is the ability of the community to ensure that a book vetted and approved by school district professionals gets a fair hearing to remain on the shelf. Ensuring this fundamental fairness to your policy does not require any additional rewrites. It is really quite straightforward. You can include appeal a decision to either remove or retain, or advocating for the removal or by those opposing the removal, wherever it may be appropriate. These simple, easy to understand words correct the lopsided guarantee of the community rights to only one position. This fairness clause will disadvantage no one, but this fairness clause will go a long way to enshrine the Volusia County school system as one that understands what liberty and justice for all really means. Thank you for taking the time to consider this matter.
Thank you.
And since I have a minute, I did send an email. If somebody could read that, I sent it last week. It would be great. Thanks.
Mrs. Elizabeth Albert.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Balgobin. Comments this evening have been about the truth about testing. And I want to recognize the few brave individuals who came here tonight, taking time out of their personal lives to come and speak with you, because they're speaking on behalf of hundreds or perhaps thousands of classroom teachers across this district who are extremely frustrated with the ongoing issue of over-testing our students. When we work together to solve problems, that's the best work that we do. And so the discussion tonight that focused on all the assessments that are needed for a student to obtain their high school diploma, that's very interesting. And of course, we want every student to have a high school diploma. We recognize the advantage that that gives an individual. But I would suggest to you that there is a very big difference between earning a grade and authentic, genuine learning. And so, I'm surprised to hear the statement that said that all of the work has been taken out of the process to get kids prepared for the test, alluding to the fact that it is a cookie cutter, assembly line kind of process to get the kids across the line. I don't think that's what you meant, but maybe we have to work on how that's communicated perhaps. Again, my question is, are the children really authentic and genuinely learning? So where are we? Are we too focused on running the system? And have we stopped to consider the needs of those who are actually doing the work to teach the students and the students themselves? If this is the new way that we're going to do our work in Volusia County schools, then something else has to give. Please remember that every time a student is absent from a classroom because they are testing, as explained earlier, that's one less class period or one less day that they have access to the high-quality curriculum and content that our teachers are there to teach. And do we want to produce test takers, or do we want to produce competent, creative problem solvers who are going to go out into our communities and interact with us in the future? And Ms. Haynes, I want to thank you for mentioning the service for Mr. Cuthbert. That was heartfelt. I know several of you were there, along with past board members, but this is what I want to say respective to Mr. Cuthbert. Mr. Cuthbert was a true transformational leader, someone who cared about each and every one of the students on the campus and every one of the employees. And there was a resonating, reoccurring theme at the service that talked about how you could go into his office crying and you came out with a solution. He was a man of great integrity and character and of the highest caliber. And I would wonder, in this moment in time, if someone had come to Mr. Cuthbert and said, I got students testing all day long, they missed 81 class periods, they still got to take this end of course exam, I wonder what his response would be.
Thank you. I have one more card that just came in. Ms. Kim Short. Welcome.
Good evening. I just wanted to bring to everybody's attention something that they may not be aware of in regards to properties that we own. And I may have missed it, but I haven't seen in quite some time any kind of a workshop on all the properties that we own. And one of the things that's concerning me is that we're selling property, or we're talking about buying property. And as far as I know, since 2020, when Sarah Lee Morrissey retired, we have not had a comprehensive look at the entire county in regards to building development plans, what's going on with, student capacity and seats in our schools, and with the choice environment that we have going on and every bit of change that is happening in our state. I just feel like that's something that we need to go through and we need to address. When I was on the HAFSA Oversight Committee, we were blessed to have had a presentation from Glenn Storch, who, for those of you who don't know who he is, he's a real estate attorney here in the area. And I will say it was probably one of the best presentations I've ever seen. I would tell the board that that's somebody that I would ask that you have at that presentation. The other person that's known in the area is Chris Butera. He is a commercial real estate He's with a commercial real estate firm, Sperry Van Ness, who you may know him also in this area. But both of those individuals can give you a good look at what's going on. None of this makes any sense from somebody from construction and demolition background that we're doing things in regards to property without really knowing what's going on with our kids. We have micro schools popping up everywhere. I know I just spoke to a charter school principal the other day. I know that they seemed like they're leveling out and their numbers are even going down. What's going on with, where we promised the school to Enterprise and they're not getting it, but we're doing it in DeBerry? I mean, is that the right place? I don't even know. I don't know how any of you guys really know, because our county is not, one city at a time. And kids don't necessarily have to be in the city to go to that school. That's what school buses are for. It just seems very irresponsible that we haven't had that kind of a report. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, Sarah Lee Morrissey was our director of planning. She is, to my knowledge, the only one who's ever won a national award for it. She did great presentations. She would tell everybody by school, area zone, what was going on. We knew how many kids were in the classes. I mean, these are so important. This is so important. And I haven't seen this in years. And I also haven't seen any of you have a conversation about it or ask for it, which is really disappointing.
Thank you. Okay, we are moving along. We are now up to item 17.01, items from board members, superintendent, or school board attorney for discussion or announcement. Mrs. Brosmer.
A couple of things. I'm going to kind of me too on two things that have been brought up tonight. And since the meeting is a little shorter than we had originally anticipated, I'm going to take a point of personal privilege to explain my approach to one of the issues. I come from an Army family. Well, I have an Army family. My husband served, and my son retired after 20 years, and he retired as a non-commissioned officer, an NCO. He had opportunities to be commissioned, but he never wanted to do that because it's the NCOs are the ones who do the work. He wanted to be on the ground doing the work, and the commissioned officers very often get into, they're the political animals. They kind of have to navigate the politics of their work, and they rely on the NCOs for information. There are two ways to become commissioned. You either graduate from an academy and go straight into leadership, or you can advance through the ranks and go from being a non-com to commissioned. And what he noticed was that those who graduated from the academies went straight into leadership relied even more on the non-coms. And then there were the ones who had come up through the ranks and became commissioned and just kind of stopped listening to the non-coms. And somewhere along the line, I realized that I kind of put myself in that setting and realized that I'm like the commissioned officers who never served because I was never a teacher. I was one of the ones who graduated from the academy and went straight into leadership, which is the political realm of leadership, and didn't have that non-com experience. In my mind, the non-coms are the teachers. They're the ones on the ground doing the work, and so I have found myself, especially over this last year and a half when I've been immersed in these issues, needing to listen to what they say, and I learn a lot from public comment. The two issues that were brought to me the most often over the last year and a half were over-testing and classroom conduct. And when I hear that repeatedly from all over the county, from a multitude of teachers who are just desperate for a solution, and especially when they're willing to come here and in public comment say, please do something, I really think we need to. And I don't know what that process would be internally. That's not my area of expertise. But I would like to encourage us to listen to what they're telling us and react to it, respond to it, do something that addresses these issues, and don't just tell them that this is how it is and they need to adjust to it and they need to do a better job. I really think that this is something that deserves our attention. So that's one. The other one is related to what Mrs. Short just brought up. She's approaching the issue of land ownership, property ownership from one standpoint. I come from a background of a lot of land use and zoning and comprehensive plan related projects and a lot of concurrency issues. And so I approach it from a school concurrency point of view. And I feel the same need to have a district overview before we sell off properties. I've noticed on other agendas, we have sold off properties. I haven't noticed the sizes, but they never jumped out at me as being huge pieces. But, and I know that there's a reason to get rid of properties we don't expect to use, but it would be really helpful if we could have a district by district overview of what the land uses are, what the development patterns are, what's been approved, what hasn't, what those timelines are, and where we own property before we make any decisions about what to get rid of. So I just want to, me too, on that subject as well, from a slightly different perspective, but I think it's necessary for all of us to have kind of an update, because development approvals go along without necessarily coming before us. We don't know what the cities in our district are necessarily approving and what their impacts might be. So I would request that we might do a workshop that offers that information to us.
Anything else?
Oh, no, I should have told you that. No, thank you. I'm
Right.
done.
Mrs. Goodrich.
All right, so at the last meeting, I'd asked to receive a list of properties, which I was given, and I've been reviewing them and looking through what we do have, what we're continuing to look at using, and what's considered a surplus. And so kind of in line with what we've heard, I guess I'd like to see some kind of presentation about what our plan is to dispose of our surplus properties, how we ended up with surplus properties, what is the process when we sell our capitalized assets? What does that look like? When we're looking at selling a property like Buckley Road, have we done appraisals on the property? I know this was unsolicited, so probably not in this case, but when we're typically selling properties, do we have an appraisal done? Do we look at if it's wetlands, on a floodplain? What all do we look at? What are the entitlements? What's the highest and best use? And why in a situation like this would it be prevented from being a school? And I think there are reasons, but I think we need better clarification of what those reasons are and how we're handling these assets. So that's actually some questions I had too. And then also in the consent agenda, we had audited financial statements that had numerous recommendations. And I would just also like to know in the future, and this is not quite as pressing, but it is pressing still, how are these recommendations being communicated to the schools, and what is the process we're using to follow up on these audits and seeing if the recommendations are working going forward? I also continue to be contacted frequently by teachers, parents, talking about, specifically teachers and admin, actually not as much parents, but continuing to talk about how difficult it is when kids are arriving late to school or not coming to school at all. And so I'm wondering, are there other counties out there that have found something more effective? I do know that it's a national epidemic, so it's not just Volusia, but if there's other counties or places that have found ways to effectively get more kids to school, maybe we could model that. I don't know if there are, but if we could start looking at that, that would be fantastic. So those are the things I wanted to bring up tonight, and thank you all for your time.
Okay, Mrs. Goodrich, if you don't mind, may I ask that the things that you would like for us to have a presentation on or follow up on, could you please put that in an email? Because we did struggle hearing what specifically you were saying.
Yes, I can put it in an email, and I'll put all the specifics. As a lot of people reference their background, as many of you know, I do have a bit of a background in real estate, and so a lot of mine are very real estate specific questions. But yeah, I'll send an email with all the questions I have.
Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Nope, that's it. I'll put everything I said in an email so you can see it all.
All right, thank you. We appreciate that. All right, Mrs. Thompson.
Thank you. So my comments are surrounding testing, and it's something I hear about from my kids often because they're in second grade and fourth grade, and I always ask them how the tests go, and if anyone's met my daughter Charlie, you know she's going to give you a very detailed analysis of whatever it is. And so when we speak specifically on like the iReady tests, and this just might be her perception of something, it just might be the grade, I'm not sure. There are a lot of them, but because there are a lot of them, it doesn't matter as much because it doesn't seem as big. Whereas the PMs and the VBAs, you know, it seems like a bigger deal. So in her mind, she'll take it more seriously. So my question is, because I know we've seen the schedules before, if we could get another copy of like the schedules, because we do have 2 new board members, just to see like the tests that are taken. I think that would be beneficial for that, but also the dates for the PMs and the VBAs, because I know it's tricky with the different breaks, but it was kind of crazy to come right back from winter vacation and they had a test like right there. I know a lot of parents had complained about it, but I know some kids did as well. And then the VBAs, I've gone to the state repeatedly. I don't like the PM testing model. I've told them that repeatedly. I know why they do it the way they do. I'm not a fan of having the 3 tests. However, and we can't control that. However, the VBAs we can control, and I know we have a group of teachers that contribute to that, and I love that because they're the ones that are teaching, they're the ones that are administering these tests. But I would be interested if, because I know why we need the data, and I love data, but if there would be any way to shorten the amount of time so that we're not cutting into that classroom time so much, because there are times where these tests do take a couple days to do, and we are missing out on that time in the classroom. And I'll give a plug for recess. We're missing out on recess time because kids can't go on the playground. So if there's any way to just kind of condense, have all the same topics covered, but just maybe lessen the number of questions per topic. So maybe instead of 90 minutes, it's 60 minutes. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Dr. Balco?
Yeah, so actually, I'm asking the team to come back because, as you know, we've done a few presentations with testing. And they have met with several groups, and they have made some revisions, and there are some upcoming revisions that are coming. But one of the distinction to make here is that PM will assess the students on skills that they have learned and skills that they have not learned. So that's what PM will do for you. When it comes to the VBA, it would clearly just assess students on skills that they have learned, so that the VBA are being truly utilized as a method for informing instruction, informing supports that needs to be in place. Because once they take the PM3, that's it, right? I'm sorry, FSA, and the PM3 is the end. So one of those, some of those assessments that we would call summative assessments are considered almost like the autopsy, right? It's done, it's over, there's nothing you can do. But the VBAs are used to, like when you go to get a checkup, from a doctor, and you're going for a comprehensive checkup, and it will tell you about your vital signs and all that, so that we can inform instruction, we can make sure that remediations are in place, that the appropriate resources that are allocated for that student, those supplementary resources, that it's working, all part of that progress monitoring. But I will ask the team to come back and do a presentation and share with you some of the feedback that we have obtained, some adjustments that have been made, but some future adjustments for the upcoming year. So,
Mr. Cologne?
And so the other thing I would encourage, and I think would be great for all of us, having sat here for many years and heard all of the testing presentations, which some are better than others have been, but until I sat down with Dr. Turan and actually saw the tests, saw the dashboard, learned from a principal how they use this data, it really didn't come to life for me. And so I would encourage Dr. B, if we have the opportunity, because at the end of the day, going back to what Ms. Donna said, one of the disadvantages that we have is that there's 4 of us here that are not educators. And so having the ability to see, until, someone came and said, that test is 18 pages, but it was 10 questions, 18 pages, because it was printed out. On the computer, it was just one after the other. So when you printed it out, it looked like this monster of a test, but when I actually went through it. And so I wanted to see different grades. What is it that the students are getting? What is it? And so once I was able to see it, it made a little bit more sense to me. And also to see how they use the data, and I had asked one of my principals, do we test too much? Now, mind you, this is a school that was probably underperforming, and the students had probably a little bit more challenge, whether it was socioeconomic or whatever the case may be. And I asked her, I said, what if we took away this data? We didn't do all these testing. And she said, then how would I know what the student needs? How would I know to cater the science program, which I don't know what it's called? Maybe they've mastered, what did she say, the art of science, but not the nature of science. And so what they do is, and this was just eye-opening to me, she said, I don't want that student working on physical science. They got physical science. I could tell you right now, physical science, check. In fact, they've excelled in that. So I need them to have this instead of that, And so when they get on the computer, that's what they're working on that's in front of them. So I think that, Dr. B, if given the opportunity, I would love to sit down with the team again just to go through it, understand the schedule, what does it look like, did we make improvements? One of the challenges that was expressed the last time we were here and talked about testing was the timing of the test. So I'd be curious to see, have we moved it? Is it right before Thanksgiving, right after they get back in January? What are these windows? And so I think, and then the other part of it is, with the PM testing being new, because it's only been a year, we're also learning. So, maybe what we've done all along, I can tell you what we were doing before I got here wasn't working. We heard that in the graduation rates. And so, yes, when you move people's cheese, it moves people's cheese. And nobody, even good change, is sometimes still change. And I don't like change. But understanding that and to hear the outcomes, which is what our students rely on and what we want to see, being able to see that, being able to say, show me the story of this kid here, and that teacher, that principal in particular, she pulled out and she said, here, this student did really, really good on the PM1. So he did great, better than everybody else almost. And then PM2, for some reason, he didn't do really good. Well, what happened? Well, she basically called the student in, opened up the dashboard, said, how is it that you did really good over here when you didn't know the stuff? And so they learned that they had an attendance problem. And so she basically would drive and make sure that he was on his way to school. I mean, that is how focused and intentional. So if we could have that opportunity again, Dr. B, I think that would be great, because I can tell you as many presentations as we've been in, until you can ask the question, see the test, see what they mean when they say they take a VBA. What's a VBA? I don't know. We didn't take those when I was in school in Miami-Dade County. Probably why. Or at least I don't think we did. And so being able to see it helped me to sort of understand. And don't get me wrong, I think there's still opportunity. And I know that Dr. Teran and Julio, they're making tweaks, some of which I'm really, really hopeful for. And so I think that would be great. Another thing I wanted to ask, and it's something that, we get really busy, but budget season is coming. And one of the things that we do as a board is we set our budget priorities, what's important, what's not. And so I'd like to see if we could set up a workshop on what our budget priorities are for the upcoming year as Dr. Cease and everyone is starting to work on that and the allocations, so that each of us has the opportunity to share what's important to each of us, and then hopefully corporately we could bring back what are our budget priorities for next year. And so if that'd be possible, I'd appreciate that, and that's all I have.
Is there anyone else? Okay, then I'm last. I'll start with the testing piece. And look, they're lined up there staring at me. So I am the one person on the board with an educational background. I've taught everything in elementary with the exception of 4th grade, and I've taught at the secondary level, pre-algebra, algebra 1, A and B, regular algebra 1, and algebra 2 and geometry. I say this every time testing comes up. So I think all of you know what I'm going to say. Dr. Teran's looking at me because I don't think he really cares for what I have to say. Okay. So let's start with one simple thing that was said this evening by one of the teachers. That as soon as they returned from winter break, they immediately started by taking a test. Yet we had a window for the test for the entire month. Having taught all of those different grade levels, because believe it or not, high school students are just little people in bigger bodies. And when you return from winter break, there always is a transitional time to get them back onto a schedule. Because I will tell you, most of them, while they've been off for winter break, there's been no schedule. They've stayed up all night, they've played games, They've enjoyed themselves, which is what every child should do. They should have that opportunity. But to bring them right back into the classroom, I always found you not only had to bring them back in and calm them down and get them back on a schedule, you had to review the rules, the way we work together in a classroom. But to bring them in and set them down and put a test in front of them, and then we have to say, well, why did the scores drop during PM2? Well, maybe we need to start with the scores dropped because we tested them we started testing them the first week back. They need a transitional time back in. So I think that could be a simple fix. I think that's something that we could honestly do for our teachers, because even teachers need a transitional time as they come back in the door. I'm being honest with you. I mean, they may have written plans before they left, and laid it out, but there's a transitional time for them to come back in, get their students refocused on learning, what needs to happen during the day, how do we do this, because they haven't been doing those procedures, for the entire winter break. And so that's an easy fix. I've said this before, tests don't teach children. And I say it all the time. Children are taught through well-planned instruction by teachers. And I would tell you the bulk of our teachers out there, they know their craft. They know how to teach, and they know how to reach kids, and they build relationships with children every day in their classroom. You can't have in elementary school a child with you all day long and not build a relationship with them. You can't have a student in middle or high school that you see every day, for 45 to 50 minutes and not build a relationship with them. And this is where I say there are teachers out there that their kids will be ready for the test to take if we give them the time to do the high quality instruction. Now, I realize sometimes when they come in brand new, I remember the year I started brand new. I didn't know everything. Colleges and universities don't teach you everything that you need to know. They teach you a lot about your content area, but they don't necessarily teach you even how to build those relationships or how to run a classroom that is organized and scheduled, and what do you do when things go wrong. You have to learn that. So that's why our mentoring program with mentor teachers comes into place to help those newer teachers or someone that's struggling in an area. But remember, tests don't teach children. Teachers need time to instruct, and then they can assess. And I truly believe assessments do not have to take all day long. I really would like to ask all of you by a show of hands, how many of you sat in an elementary classroom, a middle school classroom, or a high school classroom, and you sat in a chair all day long and you took a test where you couldn't talk to the teacher, you couldn't talk to anyone near you, you sat there all day and took a test? That's not healthy. It's really not a healthy thing for children. So, yes, there are the state tests that we have to give, and yes, we collect data from the other tests that we give, but could we look at, can we collect that data in a way that it doesn't have to test children all day long? And can we look at, whenever they're returning from a time off, that we allow a transitional piece for them to come back into the classroom and to get back into the order of how a classroom works before we start assessing them? I truly believe maybe if we'd have started the second week after they had a week back in, we would have maybe seen better scores. But I also found this. Whenever I was giving any form of assessment to my students, and it didn't matter what grade they were in, I would sometimes tell them, this is a pre-assessment that I'm giving you because we're moving into learning this. And if you show me what you already know on this test, I don't have to take time to teach that. I can then focus on the things you don't know yet. And when you do something like that, your students buy into it. They don't sit down there and Christmas tree it. They actually will put effort into it, because if they can show you they already know it, they know that they're not going to have to sit and do hours of practice on it or homework. So it's all about how you deliver that message to kids. And that's part of what we need to do also as teachers, I feel better. We need to bring our kids into what we're doing, why we're doing it, and they need to be able to accept ownership and know that it's their opportunity to show us what they've learned. Because when we don't do that piece, they Christmas tree the test, or they don't put the effort into it. And then, you know what? It was just a waste of time for everybody. We don't get true data out of it, and we turn them off from wanting to take another test. So that's all I'm going to say about that piece tonight. But I do want to go on to another piece for a moment, based on some comments that have been made. I was elected to serve on this board in November of 2018. By spring of 2019, I sat right over there where Ms. Thompson is sitting, and Sarah Lee Morrissey sat there, and she had done a presentation. And even at that meeting, I brought up the fact that there was only one school in DeBerry. And when were they going to build another school in DeBerry? And she said, "Why are you asking that?" And I said, "Because the city of DeBerry just approved apartments and condos. And they're on phase 3, I think, at that time of Riviera Bella." I live in DeBerry. I've been there for 38 years. So when I first moved there, all the kids in DeBerry went to Enterprise Elementary, along with all the kids in Deltona. There were no schools in Deltona. The only schools were Osteen Elementary, which is the third version ago, Enterprise Elementary, which was at 1,200 kids when I started teaching there, and Orange City, the old version, which we're getting a new version this fall. And I personally walked and got petitions signed to build the first and only school in DeBerry, the elementary school. It opened in 1996, 3 years after the city of DeBerry became a city in 1993. My students that I taught first at Enterprise, they said, "Why would you move to Deadberry?" That's what they called it. The kids called it Deadberry, because it started out as a retirement community, just as the first area of Deltona started out as a retirement community. But what I watched over the years is we built lots of schools in Deltona. Every year to 2 years, we opened a new school in Deltona. I actually know a young lady, I think she's still working for Volusia County Schools. She went to 4 different elementary schools because she started in Enterprise, and then she got rezoned when the next one opened. And when I finally caught up with her when she was in high school, she said, "Yeah, I went to 4 different elementary schools, Ms. Haynes, during my career in Deltona, because that's what the growth was happening there." So we built one elementary school. The day we built that elementary school and opened it, it didn't hold all the elementary kids in DeBerry. It held half. So half of the kids were left at Enterprise. The east side of 1792 stayed at Enterprise Elementary, which, by the way, Enterprise is a little tiny blip on the map. It's basically a couple roads, and it's not a city or anything. And then we put the kids on the west side of DeBerry, pretty much at DeBerry Elementary. It didn't take long, and guess what? It became the largest elementary school in Volusia County. When that happened, they went into Orange City Elementary and they built Manatee Cove. And we shipped kids now east out of DeBerry and north out of DeBerry. Still no plans for another school in DeBerry. It came time when people started talking about a high school in DeBerry. I actually walked and got signatures for people to sign to build a high school in DeBerry. There's no high school in DeBerry. Because when it went before the city council, It was voted no. So the high school's sitting in Orange City. So we've now got half of the kids on one side going to Enterprise. We've got kids on the north going to Manatee Cove. All the kids in DeBerry originally went to Deltona Junior High, which then turned into Deltona Middle. But then we built River Springs Middle in Orange City, not in DeBerry. So here's where we're at. DeBerry Elementary is the largest student capacity school right now in Volusia County. River Springs Middle is the largest capacity middle school in Volusia County. University High, depending on the day, is either the largest high school or the second largest high school. All of the kids from DeBerry, other than the 1,000 currently sitting at DeBerry Elementary, have been and continue to be bused out of DeBerry Elementary. Out of DeBerry. So when I asked Mrs. Morrissey at that meeting, she said, I didn't know about those apartments. They came back at, I believe, the next meeting and said, under some formula, the apartments would only generate 8.1 children. Has anybody ever been to an apartment complex, unless it's 55 plus in Volusia County anywhere, and seen a bus pull up or parents coming out of there and only seeing 8 children come out of that? 8.1, yeah. No. So I did ask, and I have asked repeatedly, and as a mother and a teacher and a community member in DeBerry, this has been something that I've tackled over the years. So I brought it up when I got on the board. Still at that time, there was no land looked at or purchased. And I kept asking, when are we going to do something? So yes, the enterprise rebuild is on the 5-year plan. But what you need to understand is we can't rebuild on the piece of property that Enterprise is sitting on, because Enterprise is the oldest school on this side of Volusia County. And the codes from back then are not what the codes are now today. And what I can tell you, after having taught at Enterprise all those years, when it rains, it floods. The parent pickup loop is nowhere on the property. It's across the street. And I did parent pickup years ago at Enterprise as a new teacher. And I watched it, and that's back when people had gun racks in their trucks, and I watched a dad pull a gun on another dad one day because he pulled in front of him to pick his children up. There is no way to fix the issues we have with that property to build on that piece of property. But what you also need to know is the bulk of the children sitting at Enterprise are all DeBerry kids, because we keep having to send more kids from DeBerry for every housing development that opens, apartment that opens, or condo that opens, because we either send them to Enterprise or we bus them north to Orange City. And that was part of why I asked, when we were looking at Orange City, that we do a rebuild of Orange City and we add seats to Orange City. Well, while we were doing that, guess what happened? Orange City now has more developments, and those developments have already taken the seats that are going to be at Orange City when it opens up in the fall. The other issue we've had on the west side of the county is we built some schools in neighborhoods where we never thought about the traffic or how parents would get in and out of schools. And we blocked streets. And anybody that's ever been to Manatee Cove and River Springs Middle knows that. They've tried anything and everything. And I do know that Ron Young and them are working on a plan to try to pull it off the streets. So this is what I did as a school board member. I started asking other school board members across the state, how do you guys handle parent pickup loops and bus loops to keep them off the street? Because here's the other problem with that. Parents do start lining up at an elementary school at 12:30. I don't understand why you waste that gas and run your car and put the wear and tear on it. We promise you we're going to give you your kid, whether you're first in line or you're the 200th car in line. But I started asking, And so we did go and visit when Dr. Fritz was here. We actually went and visited a K-8 down in Orlando. Mr. Cologne and I went, and then he took a whole nother group. But beyond that, we found out that in Polk County, they were building schools in where subdivisions were, and they were building them with parent pickup and bus loops so that the traffic never backed up. I made my first visit to Polk County to tour one of these schools being built on June 19th of 2023. We opened it up and took every board member that wanted to go and district staff back there on February 16th, 2024, after they had already opened, so we could now see the school in use. But when I went on June 19th, 2023, what I learned is they built a K-8 school on 17 acres, right smack dab in the middle of a brand new subdivision going up, with a 1.5 mile double lane parent pickup and drop off loop, and a bus loop that would stack 30 buses with 5 of them undercover. It can be done. It's a brilliant plan. You know, there were times said, oh no, we would need, 40 acres or this or that. That's not the case. I've seen it in action. Some of the people here went in February and we toured the school. We not only looked at how that worked, we were looking at, because the new safety bills had been passing, we were looking at how they handled hardening of areas in classrooms in the event a shooter came on campus. We saw how they had built that into the schools. We were looking at the technology, and the technology there was phenomenal. You could have a deaf child in a classroom, and across a screen, lights would change colors so that they would know what was happening. Was it a fire drill? What was happening? And a message would come across the screen so that if they couldn't hear it, they could read it. I mean, brilliant things at this school. So fast forward, we came back, and DeBerry Elementary, we are spending a fortune busing the children out of there. So we reached out to the city manager of DeBerry, and we had a call with him. And we had researched what property was left in DeBerry. This is what was left, 4 pieces. Piece number 1 was on, depending on which part of the road you're on, Doyle, Dirksen, or DeBerry Road. That's the first piece we tried to get. This is what was said to us by the city manager. Nope, you can't have it. We, the city, are buying it. We said, but don't you want a school? Yeah, but we're buying that piece. So we went for piece number 2, which is the Spring Vista piece. No, you can't have that. We've got it zoned a different way. Can't have it. Piece number 3 was really not an option because it's on the same road that DeBerry Elementary is built on, and it's probably not a 1/2 mile apart. That road itself could not handle the traffic to put every kid in DeBerry going to the north end of DeBerry. Where did we need the school? We needed it south. That's why Spring Vista, which is on a street that has a community back behind it and a community north of it, but not a community within the piece, would have worked the best. But we were told no. We were highly encouraged to go look at this piece of property called the Buckley property. And we were told that's where we needed to build it. And the other night, I had to go to DeBerry City Council, and we held a quasi-judicial meeting there, which meant we had a court reporter there, and here's what every council member was delivered in advance of us going there from Volusia County Schools. They all received this binder with all of the information in it. We had all of the experts lined up because in the meantime, we did our due diligence, and what we learned is we couldn't build a school on the piece of property where they want us to build a school for a variety of reasons. Number 1, schools now have to be built as hurricane shelters. We all know that. And that school being built there, when the property does not lend itself that it would become a hurricane shelter. And unfortunately, we're required to have hurricane shelters as our schools. So, in addition to that, we discovered part of it can't be built on because it needs to stay as wetlands. There were other things that were discovered. So, we received then on February, hang on, I've got here, on February 27th, 2024, actually we received it before that, that's when it became before the board, we received an unsolicited proposal to build a new school in DeBerry by a company called Building Tomorrow's Schools, and with that, they brought the piece of land on Spring Vista. They had acquired the rights to purchase that land. We brought it here. We voted unanimously on it for the district to move forward. What did we vote for? We voted for the district to put it out for an RFP, request for proposal. We didn't vote and accept that proposal. They had to go through the bid process just like everyone else does. So it took some time to prepare what was needed in order for people to bid to build a school. And it didn't come back to us with the approval of the district staff after having gone through the entire request for proposal for us to vote on as an interim agreement until October 8th of 2024. And we voted unanimously to approve the interim agreement. I will tell you, I never thought that I'd be living in a city that I have the utmost love for, that has more parks than any other city, I think, in Volusia County. We're known for the parks in DeBerry. That once again would not vote to approve to build a school unless we build it where they want it, and would not even allow us that evening to present expert testimony as to why the other piece would not work. Violet Brown, who is the head of the Florida Department of Education Facilities Section, she and her entire team came down and they had reviewed both pieces of property. She was there that night to give expert testimony. And when asked, this is what they said: we're not here to talk about the Buckley piece because that's where they want to force us to build. And it could take 30 to 40 million extra dollars to even conceive, could we do that? And come to find out, there was a traffic study done over 3 years ago, more than 3 years ago. The city approved it over 3 years ago because what they want to use the Spring Vista site for is businesses and industry. And what was said at the end of the evening by the mayor is, well, yes, we approved that traffic study, and that traffic study will have more traffic than what a school would have. And by the way, we had the plans there for the school. It's going to have a 2.5-mile parent pickup drop-off loop with gates that close. It can be opened as early as 12:30 because we're fencing the school itself for safety purposes so parents won't block the road. And we tried to explain all that and show all of those things. But what was said is, well, the reason why our traffic study that we approved is higher than your traffic study for a school is because we're putting fast food restaurants there. So it's just going to be constant traffic all day long. That's why the traffic will be more. So, Mr. Sell, I heard you. Our option at this point is if we can't build what meets the requirements by the state and what the FLDOT is telling us is the safest place for the kids to be and it meets the state legislation laws, then I guess what we really are saying, unless, I don't know, I don't even know, because somebody said, well, build an overpass from one side of 1792 to the other, and the kids can, but make it the size it'll fit a golf cart, and then the parents can drive them over with a golf cart or kids can walk. It was also said, well, just drop your kid off at the front of Gemini Springs and they can walk through Gemini Springs and find themselves eventually down to the piece of property to go to school. So I had a friend who's a retired teacher, 42 years she taught for Volusia County, take a backpack and put things in it a kid would carry, and she and another person went down there and they walked from the beginning of Gemini Springs all the way to the Buckley property. And this is what they found. You walk past all the water and the springs, animal droppings. There sometimes can be homeless people. So do we really want our kids at 6:30 in the morning in elementary school walking through the springs to get to the Buckley property? Like, is that safe? Do we want our kids because the kids, we had a map there showing where the kids live that are going to go there. Here's a statement that was made more than once that night. If we let them build the school there, we lose control and they can bus the kids from Sanford to that school. We don't bus across county lines. I'm not saying that a teacher may live in Sanford or Seminole County that comes to teach for us, and we appreciate them, and they may bring their child with them, which is absolutely allowable, but we don't bus. We have enough kids right now to fill that school without even all the continued building that is taking place right now in DeBerry. And we're out of options. So the options are, we go to Deltona and buy property to build on and we'll bus them all, or we go back into Orange City and find more property in Orange City. But what I leave you with tonight is the largest elementary, the largest middle school, and depending on the day, the largest high school or second largest in Volusia County are sitting in that area. And we're already spending money every day to bus the kids out. And if you don't realize this, typically the state only funds between 40 and 50% of transportation cost. That's one of those unfunded pieces that we have to do. Every year, that's about all the funding we get. So I've done my due diligence. And those children, one final thing. When we did the 2020 census data, DeLand was only about 12,000 more people than DeBerry, because that's the growth DeBerry's had. DeLand has 6 Volusia County elementary schools, 2 Volusia County middle schools, the largest or second largest Volusia County high school, 11 private schools, and a charter school. And we're even looking at property, and we have some property in DeLand that we're going to need on the north end, because by the way, both middle schools are on the south end. And with the growth happening, if you haven't been down 1792 or 15A, the growth happening since De Leon Springs got water, which we're thankful they got water, is out of control. But I don't believe we'll go before the city of DeLand and have any argument of building the schools that are needed, because we've never had a problem yet with the city of DeLand. So that's where I stand on this, and if you have any questions, or you want to know about some of the history, there's this lovely book that tells you the history of the schools in Volusia County and when they were built and where they were built. 38 years ago, there wasn't a single school in Deltona. How many elementary schools do you have in Deltona now? How many middle schools? And how many high schools? There you go. So, thank you, and at this time, we are adjourned.